I myself am a rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. Some people choose to live inside of a Starbucks. Some people choose to live inside of a Target. Others have chosen the Google City lifestyle. I, being from the South, live inside of a Walmart. But my aisle is one of the most respected aisles in Walmart.
I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future.
I live inside of the vending aisle wherein all French fries are distributed to all those who live in my skyrise Walmart. In the future, we only eat fries, genetically modified fries. As you can see, I'm wearing... In this video, we're going to explain to you how your life's going to be changed, primitive. Stop picking fleas, ape. Hey, ape. Young ape there. Why are you throwing your fecal matter? Why are you tossing your scat, ape? Primitive monkey brains. In the future, we live inside of Walmarts. All of us. Many of us crammed, packed into various aisles. Each aisle contains a small sleeping module which rolls out. Aisles are filed according to one's chosen fictional LARPing creature. I myself am a rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. Some people choose to live inside of a Starbucks. Some people choose to live inside of a Target. Others have chosen the Google City lifestyle. I, being from the South, live inside of a Walmart. But my aisle is one of the most respected aisles in Walmart.
I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future.
I live inside of the vending aisle wherein all French fries are distributed to all those who live in my skyrise Walmart. In the future, we only eat fries, genetically modified fries. As you can see, I'm wearing... In this video, we're going to explain to you how your life's going to be changed, primitive. Stop picking fleas, ape. Hey, ape. Young ape there. Why are you throwing your fecal matter? Why are you tossing your scat, ape? Primitive monkey brains. In the future, we live inside of Walmarts. All of us. Many of us crammed, packed into various aisles. Each aisle contains a small sleeping module which rolls out. Aisles are filed according to one's chosen fictional LARPing creature. I myself am a rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. So
something, and I will survive. I got my sipping jug and I'm ready to argue all night long. I don't even know how that song goes. I don't know if it's Diana Ross or Gloria Gaynor. But we got hot coffee, hot espresso brewed. We got plain flavored water, just straight up water flavored. We got a Twitter Spaces full of, hopefully, a bunch of haters. Hopefully, I don't know. We got trad cat moms out here tweeting about my PP. I mean, it's just insane. I'm not joking. I'm gonna show you the tweets. Stuff is getting wild. We got trad cat dads of the trad cat wives over here tweeting about cooking Cinnabons, looking a little soft. So maybe that's what's prompting some of these wives to tweet about my weenus. Okay. This is coming from the people who are all about audio. This is coming from the people who are all about we don't want to talk about, we don't use curse words. Same people. Okay. And then the wives are over here tweeting about my weenus. I'm not joking. So we're going to look at some of that. Today is not that. All that's the stupid stuff, just to kind of break the ice, and then we're going to get into this big fat daddy, Papalism. This is one of the best texts out there for the issue of the papacy. It's a little older, but it's still really good. It was written by an Anglican scholar. And of course, as Orthodox, we wouldn't agree with everything, but we would agree with where he makes good arguments and good responses on the claims of Leo XIII's satis cognitum. I need some of that coffee in my throat. The trad did a voodoo curse, and they put a curse on my throat, and it worked. So I got a little bit of a cold. But that's okay. We're still going to make it. We're still going to survive. I will survive as long as there's a trad out in the audience who can cry. I will survive. I will survive. I don't know. That one didn't really work. Is that Gloria Gaynor? I don't know anything about disco. Christian Mario's over there making fun of my snorting, I'm sure. Well, I don't just have allergies, I also have a cold. So you're going to get maybe some extra snorts today. I don't know. Is the volume up good? Are we good now? Yes, this book is linked in the show description. So we're going to have a good introduction to this book. It's a classic. It is a fatty. So, a lot, much like the joints that I have to smoke every day before reading the Church Fathers, right? Remember this Lofton trad cat expose that I can't read the Church Fathers, physically can't, unless I'm over here blowed like Cheech and Cha-chong. Cha-chang, cha-chong, cha-chong up in here. Remember when they said that? And that was a career ender right there. Even though everybody and their mama knew that my comment was a joke in a YouTube comment from 10 years ago. Obviously a joke. So, no, I'm not smoked fatties today. Before bringing you the introduction to Papalism. And it's important because it's, Satis Cognitum is one of these texts, much like Vatican I, that helps to give expression to what the Roman Catholic Church means by Vatican I and the papacy. So, we don't have to, thankfully, go to a million different Catholic apologists to get what the doctrine of the papacy is, because the papacy has explained the doctrine of the papacy to us, which is natural within that system, right? Shouldn't we go to Leo XIII? Or do we need Timothy Gadonk and Big Mike Lofton over there and Big Boy Ibarra over there? Do we need them to tell us the meaning of the papacy? Or do we need the papacy to tell us the meaning of the papacy? It seems like the papacy should be sufficient. I don't know why we need all these big boys over there. Shoney's big boys over there. I heard a rumor from the debate that Ubi did yesterday that that when it comes to Eric Ibarra, he eternally proceeds from the Golden Corral, because they got that magic chocolate fountain in the Golden Corral. So in fact, as Orthodox, we might actually have to admit a double Golden Corral procession on the part of Ibarra, in the sense of an eternal chocolate fountain point of origin. And we just may have to concede that. Anyway, if you would hit like and share, guys, welcome. A little bit of house cleaning. House cleaning. I hate that word. House cleaning? You think I'm going to clean my own house? I'm going to hire the same nice people down at Home Depot who do the yard to come do the house. Housekeeping! Housekeeping! So, are we going to be doing housekeeping over here at my channel? No, we're just going to be talking about cool stuff and new things that are out, that are hip and fun. Like, the Pinot book is out and everybody knows it. So I got it. I read I didn't read the first chapter. I read my first chapter last night, chapter 3, which was really good in terms of vindicating really everything that we've argued that is Papalism against the Thomists in regard to dunamis as capacity, as God having the ability to not necessarily actualize every power that he has, in the sense of second actuality. First actuality, second actuality. And, this is really the whole point that we've been saying the whole time about modal collapse. And and this is expensive dissertation, so not everybody will have, I don't know, it was like $180. I might have even bought the last one on over there on Jeffrey Bazal's website. But I was really impressed with that chapter. It's super scholarly. And so I'm looking forward to reading, skipping back and doing chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1 is about the energies in the writings of St. Gregory Palamas. And one thing that makes this book unique is that it's it's one of the first English, assessments of the corpus of St. Gregory Palamas, because a lot of it obviously is still in the Greek. And from my estimation so far, most of the basics we're just pretty much vindicated on, right? Especially when it comes to dunamis in the sense of potentia, or in the sense of God being able to do different things, having different capacities, and not having to actualize in the created order or in add extra all of his powers. And that's really the essence of what we were arguing for so long against the Thomists. And this recent kerfluffle, I can't say my all today. The recent kerfluffle of the past couple of days, or yesterday, whatever it was really just a shibboleth. And shibboleth is what the term people use. It's in the Old Testament when people are haggling over a word and really missing the whole point of what's being said. And this is not the first time the Roman Catholics have done this. I mean, they've done this pretty much every time that we've had interactions with them. And so to be clear about what was going on in that situation, we'll get to that first. So Gideon Laser was a guy who, and I don't remember if we had any, I'm trying to get his essay, because he wrote an essay about why he left Orthodoxy. I don't remember if we had any influence on him back in 2016 or 17 when he converted to Orthodoxy for a time. I really don't remember. So I'm not trying to take credit for, I never really interacted with Gideon. I think maybe a couple times on Facebook. And so he is Byzantine Scotus. So if you're wondering who Byzantine Scotus is, it's Gideon Laser, who was for some time Orthodox. I don't know if he went through the catechumenate and was Orthodox for a while. Let me see. Oh, I have it right here. Here's his reasons that he left the Orthodox Church. Now, I wasn't mad at Gideon overall because of what he publicly puts in his essay as the reasons why he left Orthodoxy, because I remember struggling with a lot of those same issues. So, I can have an understanding for somebody struggling with those issues throughout his, early Let me see if I can put this up on the screen. We'll look through his why he left Orthodoxy essay. I can have sympathy for why somebody would do that, because sometimes these issues are really difficult. And I spent many years struggling with them. So let's note that, first of all, this has nothing to do with like, oh, I'm mad at him and I, want to, I'm really worried about his apologetic and his argumentation. I mean, we invited him to the Discord yesterday to come have this conversation. So, why would if I'm scared of this guy and worried and, oh, he's a threat? No, I mean, that's why we invited him to come talk. And now what happened was in the chat of Ubi's debate yesterday, I was moderating the chat, and these guys were just spamming the chat incessantly with the fact that I don't know Latin. And all of this was just ridiculous, given the fact that the disagreement wasn't even over linguistics. And he admitted this, right? The disagreement was over whether there's potentia in God in the sense of dunamis, in the sense of, can God do different actions? Or must he always at all times be pure act in the sense of no unrealized potentia? Now, unrealized potentia in this sense, power, is referring to the ability to exercise free will. That's it. And so everybody knows, because we made this argument for 10 years, that it was in the context of modal collapse arguments about absolute divine simplicity. And so I'm bringing up the Pinot dissertation because pretty much, again, the essence of everything that we had argued is in the Pinot dissertation. And so it's another recent scholarly work that backs up actually the reading that Father John Meyendorff had in his book, Study of Gregory Palamas. Because Meyendorff was one of the first decades ago to read, as far as I can tell from that book, the Palamite corpus. And he came to the conclusion that you can't reconcile this with Latin theology because, especially he has these works like Apodictic Treatise where he calls the Filioque satanic. And the point of this is that this undercuts all of the uniate arguments, all the Scotist arguments, to act as if what Palamas is teaching overall can be meshed with Roman Catholic dogmatic theology. And so again, this dissertation is great for bolstering and re-emphasizing this overall point. Now, thank God, by divine providence, the Apodictic Treatise is also now in English and is also now available. And that's over at Uncut Mountain Press. And you can go buy this from Father, here's his site. I thought it was on the front page. Where's it at? Let's go to the shop. Here it is. So here's this. Now this is in English. And again, we have the full document, which you understand, guys, that this has been a source of dispute, argumentation for maybe 5 years now, with 4 or 5 years with Reason and Theology, with Lofton, with Ibarra, with all the people out of the Steubenville crowd. They have been under this impression that you can meld Palamas with various forms of Roman Catholic theology. And a lot of these people are ignoring the dogmatic definitions. And that's the point, is that no, you can't. And if we keep in mind that Palamas is several decades after the Council of Lyons. Council of Lyons is the Roman Catholic Church's first dogmatic statement of a double eternal hypostatic procession. And so by not accepting Lyons decades later and calling councils in contrast to the papacy, the Palamite synods, Gregory Palamas and the whole Byzantine ethos, particularly under Gregory of Cyprus later on, they are officially publicly rejecting the papal dogma. That puts them under the excommunication of the Roman Catholic Church. That puts them under being outside the Roman Catholic Church. And certainly in 1274 and later at the Council of Florence, this is reaffirmed as being outside the Roman Catholic communion. That means St. Gregory Palamas is a heretic. That's why these books are so important, is because it puts to rest the fraudulent baloney claims of these papal apologists, papal lawyers, for the last 5 years, especially people out of the Steubenville Uniate circles, lying and pretending as if these are reconcilable systems and it's all good, it all works, and we never call Palamas a heretic. Yes, you did. Anybody who rejects Roman Catholic dogma and councils and papal teaching is de facto a heretic. And you can't say he's a material heretic, not a formal heretic, because he's decades after the Council of Lyons. You can't say he didn't know what was being taught because he wrote an entire book against the Latin doctrine of the Filioque. And you can't say he's unclear because he says the papacy is satanic. So stop lying. Stop being deceptive to your audience. Stop telling all the goobers in your audience that somehow these are commensurable, meshable, synthesis type positions. No, they're not. And these books show that. The Pinot dissertation, which overall vindicates what Dr. Bradshaw has been arguing for so long. Now, there's a minutia disagreement between Bradshaw and Pinot, but that's not even relevant. I mean, people are trying to bring that up, like, and I'm talking about on that chat with Gideon Laser, aka Byzantine Scotist, as if that was, some, we got you because they have some minutia disagreement. Well, when I interviewed Dr. Tolleson had a minutia disagreement with Dr. Bradshaw over the Logie. But so what? None of that is even touching on the reality of the energies being really distinct in a metaphysical, ontological sense. That the reality that is glory is not identical to the reality that is foreknowledge. That's in the Palamite synods. All of that's vindicated in these books. That's the point. And then separate from that, ironically, as this stupid dispute was occurring in the chat, which I was helping to mod, they weren't even listening to the point that was being made. All they wanted was a gotcha. And so I went to Fazer's Scholastic Metaphysics, which is a classic just sort of text on metaphysics in terms of the scholastics overall, and typically, obviously, Thomism, because he's a representative modern Thomist. And if you look at pages 39, 40, 41, they're really making the point that I was making in the chat. And classical theist, to his credit, understood the point that I was making. And he made my point. He agreed in the chat. At least that's what I understood his comments to be saying. So if he was not agreeing with me and I misunderstood, okay. But to me, it looked like he was saying, look, Jay is talking about potentia in the sense of dunamis, in the sense of the ability to have powers that are not always actualized. And in Roman Catholicism, and particularly Thomism, God is pure act. There's no unrealized powers in God. He's pure act. And in that very section here in Fazer's Scholastic Metaphysics, when he explains what active potentiality is, he says it just means pure act. Pure active potency, or power unmixed with any passive potency, is just pure act. And this is what all the scholastics identify God with. So they were just equivocating on the word power, when even Aquinas in 125 says power is twofold. Turning to the divisions of act or actuality, the first distinction is between pure act and mixed act. Here's the essence of my point, right here. This is page 40 of Fazer's book, Scholastic Metaphysics. The reason that the Thomist and these other people can't admit what we're arguing is because they would see God not actualizing every power in terms of, creating, or could God create a world without Aquinas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did he have to create the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? They would see that as in some sense, God being God having unrealized power or potential, and thus not being pure act, right? So it's a modal collapse argument. Because if God has unrealized potential in this sense, or unactualized power in this sense, then he is mixed, in their view, like creatures are mixed. What do I mean mixed? Mixed between pure act and mixed act. Actus purus, or act utterly unmixed with any potentia, is the core of scholastic philosophy's conception of God. Okay, that's not the Orthodox view. That's why there's a whole chapter in the Pino text on dunamis in God in Palamos. So they're different positions. That's the point. And Fazer is saying that the Thomist does not believe what Palamos says. He's not talking about Palamos directly, but he's making the point. Everything else that exists other than God is in some way mixed with potency. Here, potency means capacity for unrealized or unactualized powers. That's it. So that's what I was saying. This is always what we have been saying in terms of critiquing the Thomist doctrine. And we've pointed out that in God, in our view, there is first actuality and second actuality. The Thomist position does not believe God possesses first actuality. He's only second actuality. No, that's not true. At the Council of Florence, Roman Catholic in the chat, not all of the patriarchs were present. That is not true. This is a trad myth. We've done multiple streams on this. So you're just repeating trad myths. That's all you guys ever do is repeat your myths. Go read the Ostromov book on the Council of Florence. And we did a whole live stream on that 3 years ago. So Christian Catholic media, that is completely false. And by the way, even if theoretically all of the pentarchy was there, it wouldn't matter because you are under the impression that pentarchy is like a 5-headed pope thing for us. That's not true. Yeah. So again, it's just that people just repeat these stupid comments in the, it's nothing to do with being afraid of debating people. It has to do with whether people are worth interacting with. And, I've had a good run over the years of not interacting with feds and crazy people. And I will continue that good run. So again, just read the Ostromov book on Florence. Let's look briefly at Gideon Laser, aka Byzantine Scotus, arguments for why he chose to leave Orthodoxy for the Roman Catholic Church. By the way, his wife is over here tweeting about my weenus. So let me show you that before we move on to this. Because remember, these are the people who are crying and whining about morals on the internet. Right? Having good morals on the internet. Based tradcat wives. Okay, let's see. Based tradcat wives. How do the based tradcat wives who have been whining? This is the same people today whining about me making jokes about cussing. So they're calling me out about cussing. Yet here's Gideon Laser's wife talking about my weenus. At least Gideon has a kid. I don't think Jay knows how to use his pee-pee. So this is, again, total hypocrisy from these people. These people are ridiculous. And by the way, I didn't block her because I'm scared to debate her. I don't debate women. We've never had a debate with a woman. We're not going to debate women over here. And then her BFF, this other wine mom, is over here. She's butthurt that I didn't follow her anymore. I have no idea who this woman is. Jay used to be one of my oldest mutuals, and then he unfollowed me. I demand justice. Okay, I don't know who this person is. No idea. You understand too that Twitter sometimes just unfollows. Okay, so that's a possibility. But I have no idea who Kay is. I don't know who you are. And he's going to call me a modernist hippie. I don't know who you are. Why would I call you a modernist hippie? I don't know anything about you. And so I noted, I don't recall who you are or why I would have unfollowed you. And then she says jokingly, I would have preferred you call me a modernist hippie. And I think I made a joke comment back to her like, are you a modernist hippie? Okay, right. So now these are the same trad moms today tweeting about my weenus, which I don't care. I think it is funny, right? So, but she also tweeted that when I talked about I said that today I was I was looking forward to cussing a lot and being really mean. Obviously a joke. And she tweets at me that you have no charity. So here, this is the Lofton, sloganeering here. Charity, dog. You got no charity. So, but anyway, I'm glad to see the Tradcat moms tweeting about my weenus. And also, as I pointed out many times, I'm not sure why they think this is like a big gotcha, because, Jamie can't have kids. So it's not a secret, and I don't mind people saying this. But this whole crowd, they see this as some virtue signal gotcha, that because I don't have kids, I'm a failure in life, a failure as a man. This is coming from what group? The Catholic Church people? Let's take a look at some of the greatest hits of Rome here. These are some of my favorites. And they were like, why do you keep sending us the Skittles acrobats stripping, and not in a literal way, in a partial way, for trad Pope Benedict? Well, I just wanted to remind the people who are coming after me and making these jokes, which I don't care. I think this is all funny. So this is, you don't live in a glass house. You live in a glass Vatican palace. Okay, that's what's going on here, right? Now, don't tell me this isn't going to work. Oh, so is Twitter hiding this? Well, I'll put it up on the screen for you. We'll just do it the ghetto way, right? The ghetto. Dun, 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 dun. So let's see some of this hot action going down right here. And this is a Skittles troop that takes off all of their clothing in the Vatican for sweating, lusting onlookers like Ratzinger and his cardinalate. So here are the guys, these are the people calling me a masculine failure. Their Pope puts on Skittles acrobat performances as he lustily looks on. Ooh, yeah. The men. Oh, look at the men and the bodies is very beautiful. Right, because Ratzinger's German, right? That's my evil German accent. Oh, the white pants. Look at the voya panty lines. I can see the panty lines of the men's. Oh, the nuns are all. Why are the nuns over there like fanning themselves? Okay, these boys aren't into girls, right? Well, I guess some of the nuns look like boys, right? Look at those boys. Oh yeah, Ratzinger had to stand up. He's like, look at these boys. They're the beautiful ones. The beautiful ones. Don't leave. Come back to me. Where are the boys going? Where are the boys going? Bring the boys back to me. That's my Ratzinger impression. So, trad moms, sorry, I'm not going to buy any of your masculinity maxing, especially when this other trad mom over here, let's see what her husband's over here putting up on Twitter. Cinnabons, they're so good. I'm going to cook so many Cinnabons tonight. Maybe we can watch some of those Brazilian Acrobat boys tonight, honey. So who's this guy? JP the Catholic something. And this is the hubby of one of the beige trad cat moms. Beige trad cat moms with hubbies that cook Cinnabons. Oh yeah, Cinnabon. Yeah, baby. Can't wait. So masculine. Let's get that Dyer guy. He's so mean. And by the way, if we do a rebuttal stream against Dyer, I am so cooking us honey buns, baby. Honey bun supremacy. Yeah, there we go. So these are the people who want to get into perhaps you would like to get in a wit sparring battle. Would you like to riposte me with your wit, madam? Sure, let's do that. Let's have a wit sparring battle. And I'll just sit here playing Francis clips all day long. How's that? Let's see who wins that battle. Trad cat moms. And a reminder, they're tweeting about my weenus. Okay, trad cat moms tweeting about me. Where are these hubbies at? So this is Gideon's wife over here tweeting about my weenus. But again, this just proves the scumbaggery of these people. And people think I'm mean. Well, these are the people who do this all the time. I'm not talking about his wife. I don't care. I think it's funny that she's talking about my weenus not working. I'm talking about the people that, in the case of Gideon, apostatized from Orthodoxy, and when invited to the server, and after we had a peaceful conversation, decided to secretly record the conversation without my permission, upload the conversation without my permission, because he clearly thought it would do damage. And you can hear his voice as he's, crackling and crumbling throughout the whole conversation. Right? As if he just hit puberty or something. Because in the comments he says, well, I don't think I fared too well in the discussion because I wasn't prepared for this. No, you just wanted to play a gotcha. And the fact that you clipped it all to try to make me look bad is just a gotcha. But I don't care. Right? So the point is not that you put up some dumb video. I don't care. Don't you think there's been 1,000 clip videos of me to make me look bad? Yes, there are. And there's a couple of them that have almost 100,000 views. Do you think that the channel is dead? Is it working? No. So I don't care. But what I did care about was that I thought we were on good terms. I was DMing you, book pages and topics and book recommendations in the chat, in the DM after our conversation. So all you had to do was just ask me in the DM, hey, do you care if I upload the chat? And I would have been like, okay. But what it shows is just that there is a complete, it's disingenuous. That's it. So, and it's par for the course with the way that the trad cats always act. It never fails. Every time that we open things up with goodwill. Now, was I getting mad and heated? Yes. But when he came on the chat, we actually agreed, right? When he saw the point that was being made, he understood that, okay, he's not saying something crazy. He's making a fair point. And we were on the same page. But instead of letting all that go of me saying the F word, and I didn't say that, I didn't say he was, F, an F'er. I just said, what's your effing problem? Okay. Big deal, dude. So notice the collapse of anything to do with the issues. Okay. Can the trad cat moms do anything about the issues? No. Can the trad cat moms get their hubbies to reply on the issues? No. All they have is clip him and make him look bad. Call him mean. And Roman Catholic Twitter today, I was scrolling through tons of tweets. This is all it was. Never talk to him. He is mean. Never talk. So did I clip anybody and put it out without their permission? Did I say anything bad about Gideon Laser after we had our conversation? No. Have we tried to get any of the Roman Catholics deplatformed? No. Have I made death threats to any of the Roman Catholics? No. Have they made threats of violence to me? Yes. Have they endlessly talked about how my wife is a witch, how I'm a KGB agent? Yes. Which is all funny. But it's like, do you understand that if I did 1/4 of what you guys did to me, it would all be the end of the world. Right? It would be the end of the world. But when I call you guys buttholes, a-holes, assholes, it's the end of the world, and it's this piety signaling fest in the chat. And all it says to me is that these are precisely the people that I don't want anything to do with. If your life is to try to virtue signal on YouTube, especially in the comments, about how righteous you are because you don't say the word ass, you are not the kind of person that I ever want to interact with. Because these are the mentally unstable people. I mean, what kind of a weak, lame person has nothing going on in their life that their only outlet for approval and acceptance and affirmation is to try to get thumbs up on piety signaling comments? I mean, it's just pathetic. And I'm sorry that you guys over there in Byzantine SCOTUS chat don't have a daddy. I'm sorry. That's why you're weak. That's why you're emotional and effeminate. And hey, I didn't have a dad growing up. So my dad was absentee too. So there we go. So we're all in the same boat. All right. So that's what happened yesterday. It was a whole bunch of nothing. And the amazing thing, as is always the case, when they understood that what I was saying wasn't crazy and that I was making a point that they understood, none of that even mattered. They didn't even care. So it's never about the issues. All they do is make it about me, not about what I talk about and how I'm a bad person. That is the weakest, laziest, passive-aggressive approach to any of these issues. And again, as I've told all these people, do you think that you're going to keep people in the Roman Catholic Church by trying to convince everybody that I'm a bad person? Do you think that's what's going to keep people in Rome? Really? Do you understand that the reason that we've had the success in helping at least thousands of Roman Catholics at this point come out of Rome into Orthodoxy is because almost all of the content that we put out deals with the actual issues? The Roman Catholics, it's the flip, okay? They do about 5 to 10% that's quality content on the issues. And the rest of it, they rely on drama, ad hominem, personal attack, why somebody's bad. And that's why they're losing the battle. They're losing their mind because they don't have arguments. That's why. And I just think it's funny because, guys, has this worked for you in the last 5 years? Because this whining about me being mean is like 5 years old now. Right? Lofton Ibarra still whining about it. I can't believe you'd go on. Ibarra still messages people to try to get him to cancel my streams. He did it the other day. I can't believe you go on the Jay Dyer stream. He's a mean person. These people are dishonest. It's a pious face that they put up. They act like complete loons. And I'm going to show you the guy threatening to fight me, which, yes, I understand that this is probably a teenager acting silly, but I have a wife that I have to take care of, that I have to be concerned about. If I'm at a speaking event, I can't watch my wife everywhere and be around her. And so I have to hire security because of these kinds of people. And I'm also, as everybody knows, associated with other high profile people. So I have to take these kinds of things quasi serious because even though it is probably just some stupid teenager, it doesn't matter because there are unstable teenagers who do dumb things, thinking that they're going to, get an indulgence from, Trad Pope Michael in Kansas or whatever, right? I mean, who knows what these people are thinking? So let's look at that. Here is, and yes, he's a trad cat because I went to his profile. And of course, he's a trad cat. Now, could he be a Fed man? Sure. But I don't know any of that. So I'm going to go by what I do know, which is here is an actual trad cat saying that next time you have an event in Nashville, I'm going to come beat your ass. So I said, you're mentally ill. You are a wussy. We will see you in Nashville, tough guy. Oh, so what about the cussing here, Roman Catholics? This is the cool kind of cussing where when you cuss at me, it's all good, right? I'm not in Nashville. Yeah, you'll see, buddy. Keep your head on a swivel. Okay, Fed. Right. Now, this is probably an unstable teenager. Sure. But unstable teenagers might think that they're doing God a service by, coming after me or something. Who knows? A lot of these people are on meds. A lot of these people take, antidepressants and stuff. So I don't know what these people are up to. Who knows what's going through these wacko trad minds? A lot of these people are mentally unstable. By the way, and I've known and followed people in the trad world for many, many years. Okay, I used to go to the SSPX Mass. Over the years, I've seen a lot of those people come out of the closet. So they have their own issues that they struggle with, that they go after other people for. And the scandals of Francis have only, made this infinity more. Like I'm talking about the people sort of losing their minds in trad world. So who knows what these people are capable of? Right? And if you have people that you take care of, that are your dependents, even though, again, this is probably a bunch of just idiot teenagers, you still have to be concerned because, but it might just be an unstable idiot teenager, you see. Now, if you remember, Michael Lofton claimed ortho bros were threatening him, sending him to death. No evidence. None of this. Well, here's an actual DM from Tradcat. Okay, so we have actual evidence of this. He just made this claim. Everybody simped for him. Oh, so sorry, the mean ortho bros. Nobody is threatening him. Right? He's a joke. He has low-tier content. Just him rambling for half an hour plus. 3 hours plus. And so, why are you so mean? Because this is what these people do in the background. Okay, I don't put up with these people's baloney. And I'll just call them out on all this BS. And there's nothing that I hate more than the people who pretend that they're pious publicly and then privately and in the background do all of these underhanded activities. That's why I don't like these people. They're scumbags. And when you open up in goodwill, even if you're mad at them, and you have a conversation, and you're on good terms, they clip your comments without your permission, upload it without your permission to try to make you look bad. Which I don't even care about. It's not gonna hurt me or this channel. But it shows the way these people act. So let's look at how and they don't care about, it's nothing to do with actual virtues. It's all appearance, performance, virtue signaling. So he gives a background about, so his first argument is Fatima. Imagine having Fatima as your number one listed thing for why you became a Roman Catholic. Now, we just covered Fatima at length with Christian Mario and JJ, who is a cool trad. So not everybody in the trad world is a complete goblin. But I would direct you guys to Christian Mario's discussion that we had. And then I would also point out this one, where we covered Fatima at length in terms of my take on it a couple years ago. No, that's not it. Forgeries. Oh, it's called Fatima Forgeries. That's it. That was with George from the Discord, who is excellent researcher. Here it is. Excellent researcher about this stuff. So I'll put this in the chat for you guys too, because if you want to go in depth into my analysis on Fatima, this is the overall take. And we get into, the inconsistencies and issues, the the never-ending claims of, he just didn't consecrate it right? Oh, it'll happen one day when he says the magic words and does it right. I mean, this is all ridiculous. I mean, why can't the Pope just do it right? And why do we need 50,000 different trad theories on Fatima? Why can't the papacy just clarify this for us? Well, the Holy Father is in a difficult position. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, whatever. So here you have this chat that we did. Go watch that if you want the fuller treatment of Fatima. I just broke down the geopolitical angle of Fatima the other day, which I think is really important. I'm not going to repeat all that. But I think it's pretty funny that his first reason for why he's not Orthodox is Fatima. I covered too so he says missionary work. Orthodox don't do missions. Not true. Orthodoxy has done missions all throughout the world. Ubi has 2 videos on mission work in terms of Orthodoxy. So not true. Eastern Catholic churches. Really? You want to go there? Well, how about this? St. Gregory Palamas, St. Mark of Ephesus, St. Photius the Great, heretics for centuries. Oh, let's flip that. Now they're Orthodox. Now they're saints in the Roman Catholic Church. So that is an inconsistency on your position. Eastern Catholics are even now allowed to revere Mar Nestorius. Yes, Mar Nestorius, a condemned heretic of the Council of Ephesus. So, I mean, he doesn't even realize that the Eastern Catholic existence undercuts the very thing that Rome proclaims to have, which is unity and consistency of dogmatic teaching. Now, we know that sainthood is under the ordinary magisterium. But how can the Roman Catholic Church be wrong about condemning somebody who rejects ecumenical councils for centuries and then flip that position to make them a saint? In the case of St. Gregory Palamas, for example. This alone is enough to refute Roman Catholicism. The existence of Eastern Catholicism itself refutes Roman Catholicism and Vatican I and the papacy. I hope you see that. We have made this argument ad nauseum. David has one of the best videos on this. I'm not going to replay it because we replayed it a million times. And what have these people done in response to this? Well, their longtime response was, oh, it's all good. It was a misunderstanding. And you can synthesize these two. Oh, but we just saw with the new publication of the Apodictic Treatise and Pino's dissertation, you can't synthesize Palamism with Roman Catholic dogma. Now what? Well, saints is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Oh, so the papacy was wrong in who was a saint and a heretic for centuries, and then changed their position. But remember, the papacy guides us into dogma and truth. But dogma is also unchanging according to Pacindi Dominici Gratius of Pius X and Lamentabili Sen and the Syllabus of Errors, but it also develops. So it's unchanging, but also develops. And also you can be a heretic for centuries dogmatically, and then you're made a saint dogmatically by the papacy for the purposes of ecumenism. Yes, please have fun making sense of this. Now, because they can't make sense of this, this is what produces in them the constant doublethink, and they mentally gymnasticize themselves into insanity, and they lash out and are unstable. That's the problem. Delusion. That's the problem. It's not an intellectual problem. And this is what they typically can't understand. This is why they don't like when they hear about prelest. Because they imagine that their whole system is this grand intellectual thing. And they don't realize that their problem is not intellectual. It's deeper than that. It's a prelest pride issue, not intellect. And that is why every piece of data that conflicts with their system that comes in, they spin it, reinterpret it, cope. Even to the point where now they're having synods, presumably that the Vatican will support, that Francis seems to support, about deaconesses and radical inclusion, and they will just cope and explain that away. They will never stop coping until they realize that it's a delusion. That is the reason why they don't address the issues. And everything is about how I'm a bad person and I said a cuss word. And they dug up a joke I made 10 years ago. That's all they have. All they have is being scared to have a conversation and clipping the conversation to try to make me look bad. It's just pitiful, dude. You guys are pitiful. So here's David's video that rebuts this. Again, I'm not going to repeat all this because we have done this video. We have played this video. We have promoted this video endlessly. It's a great video. And any honest Roman Catholic that watches that video can recognize that this is a clear problem. All right, so what's his next reason? The holiness of Western saints. Well, he's talking about post-schism saints, and in this case, Francis of Assisi and his bizarro, weirdo, thinking he's Jesus type of view, the stigmata, and Padre Pio, these kinds of people. So the only who we think is saintly is going to be determined by our paradigm. It's not going to be determined by, oh, I just, read the lives of the Western saints and they were saintly. Well, they're only saintly if the Latin position is true. And what he never even realized or came to grips with throughout this rambling thing here is that in the Orthodox view, there's a unified approach, right? There's purgation, illumination, theosis. That's it. The experience of every saint ever is the same. Whether it's Moses, Abraham, Paul, Basil, Palamos, or any of the elders today that are saints. That experience is the same experience of seeing the divine light and participating in theosis. There is no other way in the Orthodox Church. That is the approach of the first 1,000 years of Christianity. The Roman Catholic system is characterized famously by delusion, in the sense of, in the second millennium, all sorts of bizarre manifestations characterize their sainthood that are not present in the first 1,000 years. Jesus appears and carves into a woman's chest. He gives a ring of his circumcised weenus. So they want to talk about me being crude and weird? Their saints are loons. Jesus didn't appear and give anybody a circumcision ring. He didn't carve into any saint chest, into her breasts, with a knife. The host isn't floating around and calling Faustina Kowalska Jesus' girlfriend. But that's what they think. They think that. So they are, by default, adopting all of the insane delusions of the second millennium so-called saints. He's calling that holy, but it's delusion. It's not holiness. Orthodox sacramental theology. So he's pointing out the fact that ROCOR and different jurisdictions receive people in different ways. This is not an argument against Orthodoxy, because Orthodoxy believes in economia. And the Roman Catholic Church, actually, ironically, is more legalistic than the Orthodox Church when it comes to this issue. Yes, you heard me right. The Roman Catholic Church is more legalistic because the slightest deviation in matter, form, or intention invalidates the whole thing. Do we remember the recent priest in Arizona who, for how many decades? Let's look at the logic of the Roman Catholic system, the supposedly more liberal sacramental position. Arizona Catholic priest resigns over wrongly used word during baptisms. So he got one word wrong. I baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. We baptize you. This led to decades of nobody being baptized in the Roman Catholic Church. It is the Latins that are the legalistic spurgs, not the Orthodox. And the reason that there's economia on reception of converts is that the church has a diverse history. There are all kinds of different sects, different groups, and different ways in canon law, in the canons of the councils, by which people are received. Rocor's position was one adopted out of wisdom and the principle that we don't know that there's grace in the sacraments outside the church. We don't think that there is. That doesn't mean there's no graces outside the church. But the grace of baptism, we know exists in the Orthodox Church. So if there's weird stuff going on with somebody's baptism, such that it might not even be a baptism, it's a wise position to have this kind of corrective baptism or whatever. And even the Roman Catholic Church does a corrective baptism, just in case. Okay, so not even a big deal. Then he talks about the so-called divisions in Orthodoxy. But the weird part is that if he knew about church history, he would know that the divisions, quote unquote, that we see within the world of Orthodoxy are very similar to the kinds of jurisdictional divisions that were common in the first 1,000 years of Catholic Christianity. So in other words, even if you think that the first 1,000 years of Christianity was Roman Catholicism, if it possessed in that first 1,000 years the same types of divisions or jurisdictional squabbles that he lists as his example, then you just undercut the Roman Catholic Church. Because the very things that he lists, jurisdictional squabbles, existed throughout the first 1,000 years of Christianity. So he doesn't even realize he undercut his own argument with this dumb argument. And Ibarra and all these people do the exact same thing. For example, Ibarra says, well, the easiest way to refute the Orthodox is to point out that they had the schisms of the Oriental Orthodox. So they got the schisms of who provides this unity. And did you notice this last week, Ibarra saying on Twitter, I never said the papacy functioned as a means of unity. Yes, you did, liar. What are you talking about? That's like 95% of your apologetic. What a liar. And so people see that we're not just randomly being mean to people. We've interacted with these people for years. And they're intellectually dishonest. Eric Ibarra, for whatever reason, I don't know what his issue is. Something to do with his internal gut or something, thyroid problems that are affecting his brain. I don't know. But he is incapable of ever admitting the slightest bit of error. So you'll notice anybody who can never admit the slightest bit of error, that's an extremely weak position, an extremely weak, fragile person. Does everyone remember Ibarra saying that this week? Let me find the tweet for you, because I'm sure, oh, you didn't say that. He didn't say that. Yes, he did say that. He said, quote, and then everybody underneath the comments was putting his old quotes of him saying, the papacy is the engine of unity. I never said the papacy was the engine of unity. Yes, you did. What? This is such... We trying to gaslight? What are you talking about? This is ridiculous. All it does is betray super level weakness, dude. Megaton weakness, right? Like your weight when you step on the scale. Megaton weakness. I'm scrolling back to Ibarra's gaffe. He makes these gaffes on Twitter all the time. He's a gaffe machine. So I understand why he receded into the background to finish his papal lawyer text that he quote mined. So, dang, it's further back than I thought. Maybe it was over a week ago. Let's see where it's at. You got to see it. I mean, I got to show you this, because if I don't show it, oh, you're lying, Dyer's lying, he didn't say that. Yes, he did say that. All right, well, I'm just going to show you who sent me the tweet, because I can't scroll all day long. Let's go back to Here we go. Here's who sent me. Here it is. Okay. So here's Eric. Here's Eric. Make sure you can see it. Okay. I have said many times. Everybody see that? See that right there? Okay, take your time. Read Eric's tweet. I have said many times the machine for unity argument is nowhere near the heart of what the papacy would prove the doctrine of the papacy. I've said this to you many years. Who even makes this argument? Who even makes the argument that the papacy is an engine of unity? And then people literally underneath the tweet putting up his old comments saying the papacy is an engine of unity. I mean, it's like, so these are intellectually dishonest people. These are people who can never admit the slightest bit of error. And I've tried to tell these people many times, guys, it's okay to be wrong. It's not that big of a deal. I think they think that if you ever admit that you're wrong, it's some like huge, it's part of life, man. It's part of reality. You're going to be wrong. Nobody's going to get it right all the time. But maybe they think because of papal infallibility, like they have to defend. I'm kind of like the Pope. I ain't never got it wrong neither. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking. Anyway, I mean, he makes these gaffes all the time. He even says that the Roman Catholic Church was right to reject the distinction between nature and person. I mean, John Damascus says that is the root of all heresies, confusing nature and person. I mean, why does I can't fathom anyone following Eric Ibarra. I just can't fathom it. I mean, and all they end up relying on is the piety signaling. That's it. Right. Again, last week, he's emailing people last week. Don't go on his streams. Don't go on his streams. So, let's see. Who tries to cancel culture people? Who tries to dox people? Who emails entire dioceses trying to get priests or trying to get deacons defrocked? Who threatens fake lawsuits? Who does all this? Oh, the pious, charitable Catholics. Yeah, right. Sure. So his disunity argument is not actually an argument. Has he spent any time in the Roman Catholic Church talking about unity? Are you serious? I mean, I'm blown away at the disunity in the Roman Catholic world. I can't even believe how crazy it's gotten, especially with Papa Frank. And everybody and their mama knows that that's the truth. All of you trad cats, all you Roman Catholics out there watching this, you know that's the truth. You know the papacy is not the magical engine of unity that you think it is. And you were sold that to convert you to Catholicism. That was one of the selling points. Remember that? We all fell for that. I fell for that. Oh yeah, this is the engine for unity. And Eric Ibarra, who did make this argument in the past, is over here saying, I never made that argument. I never made that argument. Yes, you did. Let's see. I have the other tweets where he did make this argument. Let's see. Let me find that one. See if I can find it. People dug up his dumb old arguments. I got so many screenshots in here. It takes me forever to find this stuff. I never argued that the papacy was an engine of unity. Hold on. Let me talk and filibuster for the next 3 hours in slow motion. Then everybody will be asleep and nobody will listen to your arguments. Here we go. Right here. Tom's Digest called him out. Right here. Look at this. I found it. Shout out to this guy. I don't know Tom's Digest, but shout out to the digging up this old gem of Golden Corral Ibarra. So Tom's Digest gets a weekend free buffet visit from Golden Corral and the chocolate milk fountain, where you will find Eric Ibarra posted up. You'll find him posted up over by that chocolate milk fountain. Here it is right here. So remember Eric, I never argue the papacy is an engine of unity. Eric Ibarra, there's a lot of... everybody settle in, grab a pillow, because if I read Eric's comment in Eric speak, looks like we'll probably finish this comment by about 8 p.m. So if you're on Central Time, it's 4:20. Oh, shout out 4:20. Gotta smoke a bunch of weed before I read the church fathers. Does he count as a church father? There's a bit of jungle waiting. There's a bit of jungle waiting for the convert. Bit of a jungle waiting. I got jungle fever. You got jungle fever. There's a bit of a jungle waiting for the convert in either communion. For while we speak of, quote, orthodoxy in the singular, there are in fact many orthodoxies. There's the eastern bodies of the Syrian Church of the East. Everybody got a pillow? If I read this in Ibarra's speech, again, you might want to come back about 9 p.m. That's probably about the time I'll finish out this paragraph. And the Syriac, Coptic, Ethiopic, Indian Orthodox, plus more. The Byzantine Orthodox famously stuck it out with the West until the second millennium. But there's earlier breaks with the East. Of course, today, there's the severance between Moscow and Constantinople, Antioch and Jerusalem, significance of which continues to be downplayed in light of some of the categories of a half-medium schism. So in other words, the way that canon law operated in the first 1,000 years, which he thinks is something unique to orthodoxy, hilarious. And finally, the, quote, true Orthodox, all of who never tire from finding all sorts of reasons to condemn world orthodoxy as well as other non-canonical bodies. Oh, so remember, this is in that they are a break from the credibility, morality, and clarity of the hierarchy of the Pope. So that's Eric. I never used the papacy as an engine of unity argument, Ibarra. Now, this guy has been caught doing the same dumb stuff countless times, many, many times. And what does he do? Does he ever at least just retract a little bit? No. Buckle down. When Ubi called him out on Pope Leo's tome being ex cathedra, Ibarra doubled down. I've been misunderstood. I didn't say it was ex. Yes, you did. Just intellectual dishonesty. Because you're a fragile, weak man who says he can't come on the internet because I'm at fault for the internet making cartoon strips making fun of him. Yeah. It's called a meme, dude. What decade are you in? Cartoon strips? You think it's this Dilbert? I mean, cartoon strips. They're called memes, dude. They made a bunch of cartoon strips to make fun of me. So, but I am going to show you again specifically so that you have no reason to disagree. No basis. Let's make sure that we see the actual comment. He photoshopped it. It's all fake. Oh, woo, 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 woo. Here's Eric. Eric, quote, I never used the papacy as an engine of unity argument, Ibarra. All right. I'll have to do a screenshot for you. Here you go. There you go. The point is rather different. You gave a display of getting things done without a pope. The Arians did quite well for centuries, both with and without kings. But whoever suggests Rome is true because it is a perfect machinery for unity is duped. You mean the way that you and 95% of your apologists all argue all the time? And he literally says that he never makes this argument. I mean, what the heck? Who could believe these people? Here you go. Side by side. Eric, I never make this argument, Ibarra. And that's why they made it into a meme. Yes, this got memed. Not internet cartoon strips, Eric. A meme. Why did they gotta make internet cartoon strips of me? The only cartoon I like is Darkwing Duck. Sometimes I like to play Candyland, but when I play Candyland, I play with actual candy. That's the kind of games I like to play. I don't like to play the mean internet games. That's Eric Ibarra. That's who we're dealing with. Right, so the trads want to have a war. We'll have a war. And this is another point I want to make too, real quick, is that for everyone who, and then we're going to get to Denny, and then we're going to open up the chat for the haters. Haters gonna hate. By the way, you can support the stream. We got almost 500 at one point. If you guys would hit like and share, you can come on the stream via the Twitter Spaces link. So you do have to have the app. It doesn't work on Twitter desktop. For whatever reason, Twitter Spaces only works on the Twitter app. So there is the link for supporting the stream via Super Chats. And here is the link for the Twitter Spaces. If you would like to come on and disagree, you're welcome to make whatever arguments you want. So I don't know why this woman, these unknown moms, tradcat moms, are like, he won't debate any of the women. He's mean and he's scared. And we have opened up for debate almost every week or 2 weeks for years. Years. What are you talking about? I'm scared. We don't debate. We won't. What? Now, I don't debate women because that always ends up being really comedic. So, but maybe we do need to open it up for some, comic relief and let some of these precious ladies onto debate. Ladies, you are welcome. Come on. Come on in. Come on in. Especially these moms talking about my weenus. You're welcome to come on over here. Now, she blocked me, ironically. Not that I blocked her first because I'm not interested in any of interactions with this woman. But the other mamas, the other trad mamas, little trad mamacitas, y'all can come on in. Feel free. Refute me. Make whatever arguments you want. I know you think I'm mean. I know. I'm a bad person. I know. I'm the worst person. It's okay. I will be the worst person on the internet. But what does that have to do with anything I'm saying? Does that in any way affect what I'm saying as true or false? No. So let's move on to that. We've established I'm a KGB sorcerer. I know. We established that. Anyway, he gets an original sin. We've covered that many times in regard to my St. Augustine lectures. So go listen to the 2 long lectures that we did on Augustine, original sin and orthodoxy. Those are all responded to as well. And I would add the last thing I'll say about, we have many lectures on each one of these points. I'm not going to sit here and argue through all this. This guy's ridiculous. Apostasy. So again, remember, this is the person who's an apostate. He has it as his goal to lead people away from orthodoxy. As I suspected, he did not have good intentions in coming to the chat. We operated in good faith, made up, and that, of course, went nowhere because it was all a ploy by these people to disingenuously record the conversation and post it to make me look bad. So again, do I care about their dumb conversation that's posted? No. I mean, guys, in 3 years, in 3 weeks, nobody's going to even remember that chat. So I don't care. But it's just a demonstration, a display that when we offer goodwill to these guys, they act like goblins. And they always live up to the expectation. And the amazing thing is that even when we realize that we're talking about the same thing and it's not actually a real dispute, they don't even care. All they want is some kind of gotcha to save face or whatever. But I keep trying to tell these people, this isn't working for you. Like, this is not making me look like the worst person on the internet is not going to keep people in the Roman Catholic Church. You're going to have to do better than this. Because every day we deal with new people reaching out who are leaving Rome for Orthodoxy. And quite often they point this out. They point out the fact that, you know what, hey, I'm sorry, I was duped by what Lofton and Navarra said about you and it was wrong. Many of those people have come to me in the last few weeks. Not just one, several. So you need to get more creative with your approaches here, right? Talking about my weenus, talking about how Jamie can't have kids, talking about KGB sorcerer. This is not, it's dumb. It's not going to work. It's becoming comical. And I think it's funny. So let's get into the meat of this today, which is not my weenus. You thought the meat of it would be my weenus, but it's not. Contrary to what the trad moms are wanting. I know the trad moms are out here wanting to talk about that all day. Sorry guys. Maybe you need to confess that. I don't know how your Roman Catholic system works, but you know, maybe that's what you need to do. Because there's many different Roman Catholic systems. So this is one of the best texts. We're going to move to this now, which is Denny's book, Papalism. And it's a treatise on the claims of the papacy as set forth in the encyclical Satis Cognitum. Now, Satis Cognitum, as we said, is one of these Vatican I style encyclicals, which is really explaining the purpose and role of the papacy. So it's not a Vatican I, it's not from Vatican I. It's Leo XIII's encyclical, which when I was a traditional Catholic, I was very infatuated with. I thought Leo was a hero. I read the entire 10 books, encyclicals of Pope St. Leo. Is he a saint? I don't even remember. Pope Leo XIII. I don't even remember if he's a saint. So the trads, you can jump all over that. I don't care. I don't remember all of the lore of your arcane weird religion. But point being, I read all this stuff. And I've got it all up here. I've got all the Michael Davies stuff. I read all the Lefebvre stuff. I read Lefebvre's, all of his printed works. And then I read all the Sedevacantists people. So I know the point. I know these issues. And yeah, sometimes in conversing off the top of my head, sometimes I forget stuff that some, trad cat theologian said, 200 years ago that I read 15 years ago. Right. So yeah. So for example, one time I said that supernatural grace is an accident. I said a substance in the soul when it's an accident in the soul. Okay. The main point was that it's a created thing. Well, the trads jumped on this we got it. Okay. But I don't follow your theology anymore. Yeah. I'm going to misstate something over time. And guess what? When you get to be 40, you'll misstate things too. You won't remember every single weird spurgy thing in every single book you read. So Denny begins his book by talking about, and the same thing happened with this last week, although I didn't misstate anything. It was just a lack of clarity. And then again, I don't know. I just don't understand the logic of, it's like an impulse to self-destruction that these people have. Like, just for your own benefit, wouldn't it have been better to be friendly and to have engagement on these topics and perhaps even down the road have a live stream together? Gideon, wouldn't that have been better? I mean, wouldn't that have been more logical just in terms of pragmatism, growing your channel? Instead of doing this, bitch move and try to make me look bad. And then just, spoil the possibility of relationship and interaction. It just doesn't even make sense with the logic of trying to grow your channel. But I think that a lot of these people sort of have an impulse to this kind of activity and self-destruction because they can't help themselves. They're impelled by this inner movement of the passions towards the feeling that if they can destroy other people, if they can take down other people, if they can cancel other people, they're going to win. And guess what kind of attitude and mindset? That's a social justice warrior mindset. You guys act just like the social justice warriors. In fact, the trad Catholics have been more vehement in getting me banned on Twitter, which happened a couple of years ago. It was SSBX people that got me banned for a week on Twitter. The trad Catholics tried to get, or the pseudo-trads of Lofton, I guess, right? They tried to get the Gospel Simplicity live stream canceled. Ibarra tries to get a recent interview canceled a few days ago. I mean, you act like women. You act like effeminate social justice warriors. And that's why you're not respectable. That's why you're ridiculous. You're weak and fragile people. So he begins his book by talking about the papalist doctrine of supremacy in terms of Peter. So remember, this is basically a book structured as a response to Leo the 13th. It could be a book that's more like a reference material, right? So it does have a good index in the back that helps you find the specific areas. So because it is, basically a 800-page massive tome, this might be a text that you don't necessarily want to plow through. You could, but it's probably a little more useful for most people if they want to get this book as a reference text, right? So for example, what about, Agatho's letter? Well, there's a whole chapter really good on Pope St. Agatho's letter. And we saw, Lofton basically relied on this throughout the entire stream. So his whole stream against me was just relying on the letter of Agatho. Totally ignoring all of the killer arguments that Denny makes about how, this letter doesn't actually prove Vatican I. Sorry. It does not equate to the Orthodox signing on to papal indefectibility and infallibility, as Lofton tried to argue. Because as we saw, St. Martin had already condemned monothelitism in 649. If this was a papal attitude, the council would not have investigated what Agatho taught like they did with Leo at Chalcedon. They would have simply defaulted to, accepted what Martin had said. Similarly, like Leo, the council examines the letter to see if it's orthodox. Okay, that's not Dictatus Papae. That's not Vatican I. You don't investigate the Pope to see if he's orthodox, tradcats. I don't know if you know this, but you got it backwards. Vatican I says there's no college or synod above the Pope. No one judges the first see. A council is not above a Pope. And everybody saw that discussion the other day with JJJ. Joe Boca, whatever his name. Good guy, not knocking Joe. We had a great chat. But a significant a portion of the discussion was over that. We find out that the fathers of the council examined at length the letter to see if it was orthodox. Not the autocratic view of the Pope dictating to the church. And that was exactly what Eric Ibarra backpedaled on when Ubi called him out on this. Remember that? I never said that. In fact, at Chalcedon, they investigated the tome of Leo to see if it matched up to the teaching of St. Cyril. So Cyril was actually the measure at Chalcedon, not Leo. Because Cyril had already attained such a high view in terms of his theology due to Ephesus, right? The council before Chalcedon. So all of that was brought up. I'm not going to repeat all that in the Lofton streams, but I'm giving an example of how, for a reference book, this book is great for, if you just wanted to turn to that section without having to, you don't have to read 600 pages to get up to that. So we'll notice that the reason Satis Cognitum is so important is that it further clarifies what Vatican I is arguing about itself, right? the papacy. What is the papacy claiming about itself? Now, a lot of Roman Catholic theologians have the idea that we'll point to doctrinal development, right? This is a way to sort of save face for why we don't see the full second millennium expression of the papacy in the first 1,000 years. So they will turn to some form of development. Now, depending upon what they mean by the word development, an Orthodox person might agree or disagree with, quote, development. If development means precision. So, for example, we don't see in the first or second century the precision of a word like inhypostatized, right? This is a word that comes up by the Fifth Council, by the Leontii, Leontius of Jerusalem, Leontius of Byzantium. Inhypostatic, right? It's used, I think, in Cyril maybe once or twice, going from memory. But it really comes into fruition in the Fifth Council under the Leontii. Does that mean that the theology developed in the sense of a mustard seed growing into a tree? No, it just means greater precision, like zooming in. And in our view, the apostolic deposit is full and complete. It's the same apostolic faith of the first, second, and third century that we believe nowadays, and as was believed in the Seventh Council. Now, the Roman Catholics, especially Ibarra, they love this argument that the Icon Council proves doctrinal development. Really? What does the Icon Council itself argue about icons? It argues that it was the apostolic faith and tradition. No arguments about development in the Icon Council. That tells me that Eric Ibarra and the Roman Catholics that make this argument have not read the Seventh Council. They've not read John of Damascus on the divine images, and they haven't read St. Theodore the Studite on the holy icons, because those are the documents from the Seventh Council. And they also haven't read the Synodicon and the canons of the Seventh Council. Because if they had, they would know that there's no appeal to evolving ideas. There's no appeal to, oh, well, icons was like a seed doctrine in the first century, but you see by the 7th century, it blossomed into the full-on tree that we have now. And in fact, as I pointed out in the stream with Joe and Christian Mario, look at the Europa Europos synagogue, Dura Europos synagogue, and you'll notice that the early synagogues had icons. The churches are built exactly after the model of those early synagogues and temples. So iconography comes out of the Old Testament, goobers. Did you not realize this? It's not a thing that developed. Who first made the argument that icons are not a part of the apostolic tradition and that it developed? Oh, Protestant higher critical scholars. Now, the Roman Catholic might get sophisticated and say, aha, you see, but that's genetic fallacy, and don't you call us out for genetic fallacies all the time? Okay, but you always point out, right, that the source of an argument is somehow some problem for the argument. Now, it may or may not be, but the Protestant reasoning for why it's a development in the sense of an evolution is precisely to point out that it is not the apostolic faith. And so a lot of these Roman Catholics have actually adopted the Protestant presupposition that icons are a later addition, something that came on later. Now, there might be aspects to the iconographic tradition and style, right? There's a difference of style between Greek icons and Russian icons, but this is way down the road. The principle itself, which is not a seed, the principle itself is there in the liturgy itself, the apostolic liturgies, and the sacraments, and the relics, and the bodies of the saints, treated as relics, treated as possessing the divine energy. Those are identical to icons. Same thing. I don't mean identical literally. I'm saying identical in the sense of the divine presence in terms of immanence, in terms of the energies. The Eucharist itself, the preeminent example of this. So there were pictures. And in fact, I went to an exhibit about 10 years ago at the Frist in Nashville, which was an ancient Byzantine exhibit. And in the ancient Byzantine exhibit, they had iconographic images and mosaics from the 3rd century. One of them was of Adam and Eve in some of the earliest church. The catacombs the catacomb churches during the persecution period have images. So this idea that imagery is a later development, number one, ignores the entire Old Testament argument about the temple, which is iconographic and an iconodual. It ignores the New Testament principles of Jesus as the icon of the Father, Paul using iconographic arguments in his epistles, and that the apostolic liturgies are taken from the temple and synagogue services. Ergo, iconography is a direct continuity from the Old Testament. It is not a 4th, 5th, 6th century invented development. And every time Ibarra makes this dumb argument, he refutes himself. Because it's a Protestant argument based in the presupposition that icons and images are not part of the apostolic deposit. So satis, why did I go into all that? Because satis cognitum argues that the papacy is not a development. Satis cognitum argues that it is known to everybody in every place in the earliest days of the church that the office of Peter had and has the powers, jurisdiction, components, etc., that Vatican I says the papacy has and had. Now keep in mind, it's arguing that this is known to everyone, right? It's arguing that this is known without question throughout the entire history of the church. But is that the case? Does this encyclical do anything to address the many, many instances that conflict with this reading and this claim? Does it do anything to address or deal with the many papal forgeries that backed up this claim for so long? No, it does not. It doesn't touch any of that. So this book is excellent for walking step by step through responding to every claim in this long encyclical. And satis cognitum is important, again, because it's really solidifying that you have to accept this understanding of the papacy. It reads itself as dogmatic, is the point. But the first point that is made by Denny is, well, it's odd that if this is the case and this was always the mindset of the church, why would this not pop up in the most popular theological manuals of the patristic period? Why in the Orthodox faith of on the Orthodox faith of John Damascus is there nothing in the whole mentioning of the Orthodox faith about the See of Peter, about Rome, about primacy, about universal? None of that anywhere. So you could say, well, he just messed up. Oh, interesting. Is there anything in this in the commonatory? Does St. Vincent of Lorraine mention anything like what satis cognitum mentions? No. Interesting. So it's just, again, it's very odd that this is so absent in these extremely popular classic patristic texts. I would think that these classic patristic manuals, especially the first real systematic theology, John Damascus, I would think that they would contain some mention of the papacy or the See of Rome. I would think that the creed, the church's confession, would mention something about this because it's so obvious, so clear, so present. Is there anything in the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed about Peter, about Rome, about jurisdiction of Rome? No. I can barely read my writing. No. I can't even read what that says. Also interesting, for those that would like to do a little more reading, is the Orthodox response which is known as the Encyclical of the Eastern Patriarchs, right? And I think that's over at Orthodox Info. It's usually where it's, yeah. So if you want the actual sort of essay that the Orthodox have against Leo's Satis Cognitum, this is a classic. This is usually referred to as the Orthodox statement. And Denny mentions this. It speaks positively of it as well. And Denny's point is that, well, by your own admission, you know, the Orthodox section of the church, which, yes, of course, you think it's in schism, by your own admission, it represents the ancient Eastern attitude. Isn't it odd that you would have a giant portion of the church, supposedly in some sense part of the Catholic Church? Remember, Benedict says that the Eastern schismatics have maintained the Catholic faith for the last 1,000 years. He admits that in his books. Isn't it odd that they didn't see or concede to this fundamental, obvious, clear point? Then he mentions that there's a difference between by divine law and by custom or by church law, right? Jure divino and custom. And this is important because in Canon 6 of Nicaea, this famous canon about the limitations of jurisdictions, which the Roman Catholics always go nuts to try to explain away. I mean, Ibarra is like the ultimate like Pope splainer when it comes to this one. And I've interacted with Eric for years over this. And, you know, he's got all of the like, well, it doesn't say it, but it's assumed. Right. Now, the obvious reading of this canon, do we think that the church fathers needed PhD dissertations to understand this canon? How are the bishops at Nicaea supposed to understand Canon 6 when, according to the modern papists, we literally need PhD theses to understand a basic church law? I mean, how ridiculous is this? But that's how they think. They really think this way. Let the ancient customs in Egypt, Libya, and Pentapolis prevail. Customs. Now, this is a key argument that Denny makes early on, which is that the privileges accorded to Rome are called custom. They are not divine law. They're customs. The Bishop of Alexandria has jurisdiction in Libya and Pentapolis, since it is likewise customary for Rome. So the comparison is between the patriarchates of Alexandria and the Patriarch of Rome and the Patriarch of Antioch in their limited jurisdictions. The appeal is to custom, nothing to do with Peter, nothing to do with special privileges of Rome that are divine. Now, again, the Orthodox Church, the East, always recognized the honor that Rome had as Old Rome. That's in the canons. Even when Constantinople I raises Constantinople to equal in dignity to Old Rome, that was seen as custom and accorded by the council. No mention in Constantinople I in the canons of anything to do with Peter, anything to do with his special charism, special infallibility, nothing like what's in Satis Cognitum. And we're going to look at that in a minute. Let this be universally understood. Oh, universally. They're not talking about universal jurisdiction. They're only talking about local jurisdiction. Oh, but no, sorry, right, and no mention of this. Right, so the very thing that Eric uses to explain this away is nowhere mentioned in this. It's totally silent, argument from silence. And he just says, well, they just assumed it. It was all understood. Yeah, argument from silence, because there is no argument for that. So in other words, his position is just assumed. It's not present in the canon. And by the way, every council has canons that contradict the Vatican I mindset, the Satis Cognitum mindset. So basically, every ecumenical council is basically in rebellion because they're passing canons that conflict and contradict with the Satis Cognitum Vatican I mindset. And that's essentially what Ibarra and all these people will admit. They were wrong in them canons. They were trying to pass canons through that was in rebellion against Rome. But you'll notice there is no appeal to... Wouldn't this have been the perfect place to point out that the limitations of jurisdiction for Rome certainly don't appeal or don't pertain to his universal jurisdiction? Wouldn't that have been a great place to say this? But there's none of that. Next, Denny moves on to talk about, maybe I should mention Constantinople as well. So you see the limitations there. So let's see, Constantinople. So there's a couple canons in the Second Ecumenical Council known as Constantinople I, which is the affirmation of Cappadocian Trinitarian dogma accepted by the Church, which is not the accepting of the Augustinian doctrine. The first canon that conflicts with papal universal supremacy and jurisdiction is Canon 2. The bishops are not to go beyond their diocese for churches. But again, just like Canon 6 of Nicaea, there's limitations in jurisdictions. See that? Is there any mention of the except for Rome? Right. Now remember, the Roman Catholic apologists typically say, oh, but except for Rome. It's just assumed. So always argument from silence. And then there's the other canon, which is the canon about New Rome. Okay, so the third canon is supposed to be the one that affirms... Did I just miss it? Where am I at? Canon 3? Oh, it's the one... Okay. Is it the one about Maximus? I can barely read these. The famous third canon, the famous third canon declares that because Constantinople is New Rome. Oh, okay, so it's the one about the Maximus guy. Okay. That's not the one I want. Where'd it go? This is all weird. Okay, here we go. Is it different at New Advent? I'm trying to figure out why. By the way, yeah, I do plan to do a series on Aquinas, by the way, for those that are curious. So I'm wondering if there's different listings because we know that there is the canon about New Rome, but is it not in the... Maybe it's not in the New Advent listing. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, so Canon 3... The famous third canon of Constantinople calls New Rome second in honor after Rome itself. I wonder why that's not in the New Advent version. It used to be. I remember I've done a whole live stream on it. It's in the New Advent article. That's really weird. Am I just misreading? I'm a little tired, so I am sick. So keep that in mind. So that, oh, okay. The Greeks recognize 7 canons. The Latin version's only 4. And the reason for this, by the way, is that the Western Church, the papacy, didn't accept Constantinople I until after Leo. So remember, Constantinople I is called out of communion with Rome. It's the council that confirms the dogma of the Trinity for the church, the whole church. The saint of that council, Meletius of Antioch, dies outside of communion with Rome. It confirms Cappadocian theology. Rome later, after Leo, right? So this is 381. Leo's 450. Rome retroactively accepts Constantinople I after Leo as an ecumenical council when its presider died out of communion with Rome, and he's a saint in the Roman Catholic Church. So again, another flip-flop reversal on who's a heretic and who's a saint from the supposedly infallible, indefectible papal magisterium. Presumably then that's why Rome doesn't list the canon about New Rome. And that's what Chalcedon repeats. Canon 28 of Chalcedon is a repeating of the 3rd canon of Constantinople I, which presumably is not in the New Advent list. Although I have live streamed where that they did used to list that. Unless I was reading some other version or something. So here you go at Early Christian Text, another site, probably a Protestant site. I don't know who has this site. But what does Canon 3 say? The Bishop of Constantinople shall have prerogative of honor after the Bishop of Rome, because Constantinople is New Rome. Now the irony is that if the Roman Catholics are leaving that out of their list on New Advent, it doesn't make any sense, because eventually, I think by the 700s, the Roman Church accepts Constantinople as, they accept this canon. This canon eventually gets accepted, that Constantinople would be second. So it's really bizarre. And I'm almost positive that I've done live streams where we read Canon 3 from New Advent. So that's really weird. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't put anything. I mean, these are the people who create forgeries and have for centuries. So I wouldn't put anything past them. But you'll notice in the shaft set, here it is in the shaft set. The Bishop of Constantinople shall have the prerogative of honor after the Bishop of Rome, because Constantinople is New Rome. Is there any mention in this canon of Petrine supremacy? Any mention of infallibility? Anything to do with anything like that? Absolutely not. Nope, not there. So you'll notice that the canons consistently refute the Vatican I papal claims. And I like how he moves on next to discuss that all of the churches are apostolic sees. In other words, all of the sees are Petrine sees. Hey, Jamie, could you make me a coffee? Thank you. Apostolic sees is a phrase for centuries, all the way up to the 7th Council, sees, that is plural. It's only the papal prerogatives, when they wanted to defend the papal prerogative. What? I got more in here, so you can just make another one, thanks. That wanted to appropriate the title of apostolic see singular, right? Now, it would be fine if this was just, again, interpreted in the Orthodox sense of canonical privileges and honor. That's it. That's the Orthodox view. But it's not. It evolves into the notion that it is the apostolic see to the detriment or to the lack of the other sees, right? So there's something in Rome that the other sees are lacking that goes way beyond just privileges granted in the canons. So the Orthodox view is that whatever Rome has, it has as honor in the ecumenical councils, patriarchal privileges. This still exists in the Orthodox Church, by the way. Patriarchs in the Orthodox Church are not popes. They have canonical and jurisdictional privileges. That's it. They're not super bishops. They're not like super bishops and then under them are the bishops. All the bishops are equal. And so Catholicity can't be some super sense in the Church of Rome that the other sees are lacking. But that is the Roman Catholic position. There's something fundamentally different and special. And we find out eventually that the basis for this ends up being that Peter died in Rome. So, Peter established the church at Antioch. If it has Petrine succession, but there's a special significance because Peter died in Rome, that conveys the infallible blah, blah, blah. What? But remember, they always make this argument from Matthew 16, the keys, my keys. Jingle, 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 my keys. Oh, so does that apply to the Petrine succession in Antioch? No, because he didn't die there. Oh, so this rests on the fact merely that he died in Rome. And that conveys what exactly? And you'll notice that they love to go to Irenaeus. When Irenaeus describes the honor and primacy of Rome, he calls it doubly apostolic because of Peter and Paul founding the church. Do you realize that in Satis Cognitum and in Vatican I, that very argument is condemned? You can't argue that Rome's primacy derives from anything to do with Paul. It doesn't have a primacy because it's doubly apostolic. So they love to cite Irenaeus as if this proves Vatican I, when the Vatican I apologists literally reject the argumentation of Irenaeus. It's laughable. And Irenaeus is not teaching papal universal jurisdiction and supremacy because he rebukes Pope Saint Victor for trying to excommunicate half of the church. He famously says, you don't have the ability and authority to excommunicate half the church. That's limited jurisdiction, dudes. That undercuts all of your arguments right there from Irenaeus. That's it. You're done. Denny goes on to argue that there's other absurdities that seem to follow from this idea. Does the church need two heads? Does it need a heavenly head and an earthly head? Why do we need Jesus and the Pope? Why can't the Holy Spirit, which was sent to the church to operate in this office and capacity that the Roman Catholics think the Pope is supposed to do? That was the job of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost. So we don't need the visible earthly vicar. This is a reversion to the idea of a physical earthly high priest in the Levitical law. And when you go and watch Suan Sona's argument, that's literally his argument. Let me go to all the rabbinical texts about the high priest. Therefore, we need the earthly high priest of the Pope. Jesus is the earthly high priest in heaven. And he governs the church with the Holy Spirit that he sent. We don't need the Pope. And you just saw Ibarra make the point that we have said for so long, that the Pope doesn't actually give you the unity that it promises. The Pope is not a machine for the functioning of unity. What? Thank you. That's what we've said all along. Well, I never said that he was. Yes, you did. You lied. Then he goes on to argue, why in the New Testament do we always see Christ as the cornerstone, Christ as the rock, and never consistently Peter? Now, it's true, there are some patristic interpretations of Matthew 16 as Peter. And that's not even necessarily a contradiction with the Orthodox view either. Denny goes on to talk about 17 church fathers viewed the rock as Peter. And then dozens more viewed it as either the rock being Christ himself or the faith, the profession of Peter's faith. So it's a minority position, number one, that Peter himself is the rock. But Satis Cognitum argues that it was universally the case from all times. Thank you. That it was understood to be Peter. Well, that's just not true on the face of it. The consistent attitude in the encyclical, or excuse me, in the letters of Paul and Peter, the Catholic epistles throughout the New Testament, is nothing like this super erogation, this super bishop status that is accorded to Petrine successors later on. We see Peter getting rebuked by Paul for falling into error and heresy, for denying the gospel. We see Peter not being the presider and the head of the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 15, but James. So we do not see this model of Vatican I earthly supremacy that is supposed to characterize and be proven or in some nascent form in the Gospels. When the Roman Catholics are presented with this point, how do they reply? Oh, but you see, it was a seed. You see, it was a seed that grew. But Leo says it's not a seed that grew. It was always understood to be the case. So which one is it? These are mutually exclusive claims. It can't be always the case and everybody knew it from the earliest days to it wasn't always the case and everybody knew it. It was a seed and it grew and it became clear later. Those are mutually exclusive claims. And what do we see Roman Catholic apologists doing? Flip-flopping between those all the time. And sometimes the same apologist will flip-flop between those claims. St. Cyril of Alexandria, for example, has many texts, many commentaries, many writings where he freely talks about Christ as the head of the church, a lot of the exegesis, no mentions of Peter. Would have been great to clarify and explain this Vatican I satis cognitum view if, in fact, St. Cyril of Alexandria had that view, but he didn't. Next, the pseudo-Isidorian decretals make a big appearance because those were used in contra errors of the Greeks, right? So Aquinas is against the errors of the Greeks, cites the pseudo-Isidorian forgeries many times. The Catechism of Trent also, well, that's not it. Also famously relies on the pseudo-Isidorian and other decretals that are forgeries as well. Now, when I was a trad, I didn't know that. I read the Catechism of the Council of Trent in good faith, thinking, hey, this is all legit. I guess Rome's got it. I'm a trad. But I didn't know that the Council of Trent in its catechism is citing forgeries. Did you know that? Do you understand these are admitted forgeries? Trad cats. And he goes on to point out that if this doctrine, as Vatican I says, as Dictatis Papae says, as Unum Sanctum says, as Cantate Domino says, is necessary for salvation, why is it not everywhere? Why is it not talked about in the creed? In other words, Roman Catholics say, well, but you believe in doctrines that weren't explicit either, that are quote, necessary. But this is what you say is the necessary fundamental doctrine of the church. This is the church itself, right? And yet, where was the Holy Spirit guiding the papacy for centuries to know that these were forgeries? Do you understand that papacy was backing up its own claims by referring to forgeries, which apparently the Holy Spirit forgot to tell the Pope that those are forgeries? Our Lord consistently speaks of himself as the one true shepherd, the one true shepherder of the flock. St. Peter calls Jesus the true shepherd and bishop, the shepherd of the souls of Christians, the one shepherd. The one flock is shepherded by Christ. While St. Paul's argument is in relationship to the body of the church, to the head, Jesus Christ, as has been seen throughout the epistles, when we have this body head language, never in Peter and Paul do we have any reference to Peter as the visible head. And all of those places would have been perfect places for Peter or Paul to refer to Peter as the head. Yet, as Denny notes on page 15, this is always absent, especially throughout the epistles of Paul. There's nothing like this. That's why this is built up on a couple chosen texts. It's built up on Matthew 16 and the end of John, feed my lambs. So this whole superstructure, stupid doctrine is built up on that. Okay. They totally ignore all of the contrary evidence throughout the rest of the New Testament and the epistles. And in fact, we have statements from Christ that none of you will lord it over the other apostles like the Gentiles do. None of you will lord it over the other apostles like the Gentiles do in their kingly relationships. How does that translate to medieval Pope? The world must kiss my ring and bow before me. And if you don't serve, in some cases, the Borgia, Alexander medieval papacy, Renaissance papacy, if you don't come and fight for me, the papal army, you're going to hell. We're supposed to believe that we're supposed to go fight the Pope's wars, and if you don't, as a king, you're excommunicated, going to hell. So that the Borgias can have their giant palaces and their whorehouses. Go watch the Borgias with Jeremy Irons. It's great. Every trad cat should watch the Borgias. They'll probably come out defending that.
Well, I believe in traditional whorehouses. I believe in the trad form of whorehouses. These liberals today in Rome, they're liberals when it comes to the PEDO stuff. I'm a traditional prostitution defender. I only believe that it should be regulated by the state, and if the papacy has a tunnel underneath it to the whorehouses, that's the trad way to do it.
Denny makes the point that all of the apostles are the rulers of the church. And Jesus rebukes the idea that one of them is the super lord, super bishop, God emperor over the other ones. In other words, this is a huge fail, according to Denny. And we have the claim in Satis Cognitum as well as Vatican I that this constitution is so fundamental to the church that it can never not be there. But wait a minute. If it's a doctrine that evolves, then it wasn't clearly there. But yet it's so fundamental to salvation and to knowing the true church that it was absolutely clearly visible to all, even though it's not clear in the New Testament, you see. Now, how did throughout several centuries, for example, from 600, 700, 800, 900, 10, 11, 12 centuries, so from 600 to 1200, how did the papacy typically defend these claims? Quiz question. You guys tell me. What do you think they typically appealed to? Do you think they appealed to Matthew 16? No. They mainly appealed to the forgeries. When St. Paul instructs Timothy in terms of the apostolic succession, when he appoints Timothy, when he lays hands on Timothy, when he passes down the apostolic deposit, everything that is committed to Timothy presupposes that Timothy has the fullness of the faith, the fullness of Catholicity, and the fullness of truth as the Bishop of Ephesus. Paul doesn't say anything about Peter, Rome, having to check in, that Peter had anything to do with Timothy being the Bishop of Rome. And every Roman Catholic knows that in the second millennium, this flips to where the Pope now approves and picks out every bishop in the world. Who cannot see that this is a fundamental change in the structure of the church? This is so patently obvious. And the ancient canons say that a bishop is appointed by 3 bishops or a metropolitan. There's no mention of the Pope. The Pope would appoint and be involved in the bishops of his jurisdiction. This is an obvious change. And everybody knows this. It's admitted. So the question in the comments is about, what am I saying from 600 to 1200? I'm saying, what do you think that the papacy, go watch Ubi's videos on the forgeries. What do you think the papacy usually appealed to in the West to back up these kinds of temporal claims? These kinds of wild claims. What do you think they appealed to? The forgeries. That's what they fell back on. And if you've not watched Ubi's video, it's a classic. It's a must. I mean, it's devastating. And by the way, I'm not aware of any of the Roman Catholics ever even touching this stuff. Maybe they have because they have hours of endless boring content. I don't know. But have any of them even addressed the gigantor elephant in the room forgery stuff? I mean, really, these should be deal breakers. What is this crap? You got a bunch of weird anime popping up. That'll attract the trads, right? The trad cats love all this creeper anime crap. I'm talking about the creepy animes. I'm not talking about Japanese art. I'm talking about this weirdo creeper stuff. So if you've not watched the forgeries video, it's an absolute must on this. Let me find Ubi's video on. Here it is. It's basically a documentary. So, as Denny goes on to argue, in St. Irenaeus, for example, the notion of any notion of a magisterium, any notion of an authoritative teaching office, is always the college of the apostles. Okay, is not ever singled out for Peter alone. And even the text in Against Heresies, where it talks about the primacy of Rome, has nothing to do with any infallibility accorded to Peter. Again, Irenaeus says Rome has honor and primacy due to Peter and Paul. And he rebukes the Pope in his day. He says, the Pope, you're in error because you think you have the jurisdiction to excommunicate all of the East in the Quartodeciminarian controversy. And he says you don't have that, proving that Irenaeus does not think that Rome has universal jurisdiction and supremacy. So what we find is that typically, as is always the case, the papal quote mine is always there to extend into infinity. Just take any quote, rip it out of the context, take the forgeries, don't worry about backing it up, don't worry about if this is forgery or not. There you go. Let me stack up the machine gun quote mine. And there you go, right there, Vatican I. See? Isn't it clear? In fact, pretty consistently throughout the church fathers, especially early on in St. Cyprian, especially in St. Ignatius, the bishop is the representative of the apostles. All the bishops are the vicars of Christ. All the bishops are even Peter at times. That's why the normative operant judging praxis of the church is synods, is conciliar. We wouldn't, if the Vatican I view is the case, we don't even need the councils, as I've said for many, many years. All anybody has to do is write their letter to Rome, case closed. That's what they argue. Rome has spoken, case is closed. Which is out of context, by the way. So see Ubi's coverage of that. It's also really good. In fact, pretty consistently in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, when a heresy arises, a synod is called. And there's many statements where Augustine talks about synods and synodality. In other words, collegiality, synodality is the modus operandi of the church. Do you think that in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, especially during the period of persecution, that everybody just had direct act? Do you think they emailed the Pope? Did they just write letters to the Pope to see what the problems were and how to solve it? Does anybody think that the modus operandi of the Vatican today operated in that period under the persecution for 3 centuries? Oh, so it didn't? Oh, so how did it operate? Oh, they had local synods. Now remember, Michael Lofton said that if you don't have the Pope and an ecumenical council, you can't know dogma. Remember his argument on this? Oh, so how did anybody know dogma in the year 300 AD? There had not been any ecumenical councils. Certainly everyone in the empire didn't have access to Rome. So how did you have knowledge and certitude of dogma? This undercuts their whole dumb argument for the papacy. That alone. They undercut themselves by their dumb arguments. Do you not see this? If you're arguing that only ecumenical councils approved by the Pope tell you how to know dogma, then nobody knew dogma from 100 AD to 325 AD. This is stupid. It is a dumb argument. That's their argument. That's why they're giving you low-tier, low-quality apologetics intended to snare people with dumb, low IQ, lazy quote minds. That's their whole thing, their whole project. That's why they rely on me being a mean man, bad person. That's it. That's all they have left. If everywhere at all times, as Satis Cognitum points out, was true, then why don't all of the fathers teach that the rock is Peter? Joseph in the chat, you're welcome to come on. You're saying it's not stupid, it's ad hominems? The argument was not an ad hominem. The argument is that I'm saying they're stupid for making the argument. The argument in 300 AD, most learned men were philosophers, so you don't even know what you're talking about. You have no idea. This is an argument your dumb church makes. Your apologists make this argument. And I refuted the argument. Because it would mean that in 300 AD, no one in the church knew dogma because there wasn't an ecumenical council. They didn't have regular access to the papacy. So how did they know dogma? Tell me, Joseph, how'd they know dogma? And I hope you come on the stream. Of course, he won't. They never do. All they do is Twitter. All they do is spam dumb stuff and show their ignorance in the comments. Here's the Twitter Spaces, Joseph. Come join us. You can have the floor. You can talk for as long as you want. I'll let you make whatever argument you want. You're over here talking about philosophers in 380. That has nothing to do with the point. Nothing to do with Lofton's dumb argument and my response. So now he won't. Where you at, dude? Oh, did he run away? You guys are something else, man. I mean, I can't fathom you guys. You guys are something else. You're next level. Well, don't hide his comments. Joseph Brogan. Oh, I remember you. Yeah, we did Skype one time. Yeah, well, come on the Twitter Spaces because... What is he saying? You're not that bad, bro. Oh, now he's talking about lawsuit stuff. I'm just trying to pay attention to you. Yeah, whatever. Are you the guy who was like going to be a Muslim for a while and you were reading David Hume and then you were reading Saudi sheiks or some, I don't know what. Look, come chat, man. You can have the floor. So the key thesis that Denny ends this chapter with is that I'm trying to find where he starts this argument. It is needful to definitely state that this is not uncommon to find quotations from certain church fathers where there is a personal reference to St. Peter, which we mentioned later. He'll talk about there being 17. However, they do not refer to the successors of Peter in the Roman episcopate as having all of the prerogatives or honor or accords that might have even been had by St. Peter himself. Which, as we have seen, is an integral part to the Roman Catholic interpretation via Satis Cognitum, that the prerogatives of everything said to Peter also necessarily continues on in every successor. But then they're totally inconsistent because when you mention that the Antiochian succession comes from Peter, they arbitrarily say, well, it doesn't count for you. Antioch doesn't get it. Why only Rome? Because Peter died there. It's just totally ad hoc and arbitrary. The majority of the church fathers do not interpret the rock as Peter, and consequently, the use sought by the faulters of papism are basically incorrect. In other words, If the majority of the church fathers do not interpret the rock as Peter, then how on earth can you say that this is the unanimous understanding of the church? That's not a very complex argument. That's a simple argument. So you're talking about ad hominems, right? Oh, so he's going to sign up for Twitter. Yeah, please do that. You have to do it on the app. So remember, if you want to come on, come in the chat, the Twitter space. You can't do it on a PC. It has to be on the app. So 17 church fathers discuss Peter himself. 44 church fathers refer to it as the faith of Peter. According to St. Augustine, in his retractions, he points out that no, it is in fact Christ that is the rock. Oh, did the Roman Catholics talk about that? No, they don't. In the Western liturgical tradition, even the ancient missal tradition in the Roman Church, on the vigil of Saints Peter and Paul, at the collect, it is stated, "Grant, we beseech thee, Almighty God, thou words that thou wouldst not suffer to whom thou hast established the rock of the apostolic faith." So the Western liturgy in the collect of the vigil of St. Peter and Paul doesn't mention Peter as the rock. Interesting. That's fascinating. Well, I'm sure they don't care. They don't care. That don't count because that's who cares? That don't matter because it's really Peter, even though it don't say that, it also is. All right, so you can begin to see, the type of argumentation that you're getting in Denny. It's a really good book. It's high quality. That's basically the first section of the book. Then he gets into a lot of the quotations. Then he begins to go quote by quote through the various citations of church fathers that are used for rock. He begins with Augustine, as we said, other lesser known saints, and then he gets into a lengthy section about St. Cyril of Alexandria on the rock and jurisdiction. And he's doing this because of the quote mines that are in Satis Cognitum, basically. Then he gets into the notion of the gates of hell, the keys. We're going to have a lengthy, long section on the keys. And then how does John 21:15, how is that used in the exegesis of St. Augustine and St. Cyril of Alexandria and St. Ambrose and St. John Chrysostom? Oh, nothing like papal exegesis. So in other words, we get these creative eisegesis on those famous papal passages, right? The end of John, or John 21, and what is it, Luke 21 or 22? John 21, Luke 22. And then he's going to have an interesting section on Pope St. Leo on some of those texts as well. So I think my intention, is to eventually, I want to lecture through the totality of this book. So we've gotten through about the first 60, 70 pages. And I might just kind of take it a chunk at a time because it is a beast of a book. And, we do need to have things for the subscribers. So probably the next 60 or 70 pages, I'll lecture on that for the subscribers at Jay's Analysis. But we've been going for 2.5 hours. I've hit most of the high points that I want to hit. Introduce you guys to a really good book. This is also a book that is it's no longer in print, like it's out of copyright. So I'm pretty sure there's PDFs that you can get of this book for free. So if you don't want to buy the physical copy, you can find a PDF pretty easily, I would imagine, on archive.org. If you do want, I don't like PDFs, so I have to have physical copies. I've always been that way. I'll always be that way. You can get the book physical copy from Amazon, and you can probably find a PDF. Just Google it, comma PDF. And again, you don't have to read through this whole text per se. It can be a reference book if you'd like. And next, we're going to move to the open forum. We got a wide swath of individuals here, 46, almost 50, over here on Twitter. So the way it works, guys, remember, is if you're on Twitter and you want to come on, you can have the floor. Please keep it to making arguments. If you don't make arguments, you're going to immediately get booted. You're not going to waste anybody's time. No poetry, no slam poetry. Don't care about your poetry. zero interest in it. You're not going to convince me that your poetry is cool. Even if you rap, I don't care. It's not rap hour. It's not poetry hour. Okay, it's not slam poetry hour at the down at the coffee house. You go do that on your own time. If you want to speak, the way you do it is you request to speak. You will be muted, not by me. Automatically, you'll be muted. You unmute yourself. How do we do it? You unmute yourself. If you request to speak, you unmute yourself. Otherwise, if I have to sit here and tell you guys every time to unmute yourself, it drives me crazy. So, I'm going to go to the little girl's room and use my broken TT. As the trad cat moms say, my weenus doesn't work. I'm going to go try to fix my broken weenus in the TT. And then I'm going to come right back and we're going to open it up. Try to get, make this. So I'm going to play a little music for y'all. Don't go anywhere. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not like your baby daddy. I'm not going to leave you. Don't worry. I'm not going nowhere. We need to put on a little something a little papal. So here, play this little bit of a video for you. Have fun. I'm going to be right back. This little bit of a papal video. The Pope of the Future. Shout out to the Trad Cats, Pope of the Future. And I'll be right back to take anybody's challenges, anybody's debate, anybody. You can Trad Cats, you can have the floor. And by the way, I don't even, if you want to come on and talk about how bad I am, today you can do it. I don't even care. You can come on today. I said at first you can't make your ad hominems, but today I'm going to open up. I don't care. You can make your ad hominems. You can have the floor. Just eventually at least get to your argument after you want to cut me down. By the way, we've done roasting sessions. I don't care if you want to roast me. Come on. You can roast me, dude. You can talk about how I sniff. He's over there sniffing. Look at him. He's sniffing. Look, he's probably sniffing cocaine. Ha ha, we got him. Look, his weenus doesn't work. We got him. You got owned. Sick burn, dude. All right, so I'm going to go wee-wee. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the future, we live inside of Walmart. All of us. Many of us crammed, packed into various aisles. Each aisle contains a small sleeping module which rolls out. Aisles are filed according to one's chosen fictional LARPing creature. I myself am a rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. Some people choose to live inside of a Starbucks. Some people choose to live inside of a Target. Others have chosen the Google City lifestyle. I, being from the South, live inside of a Walmart. But my aisle is one of the most respected aisles in Walmart.
I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future.
I live inside of the vending aisle wherein all French fries are distributed.
Pope of the Future needs to... Somebody needs to excommunicate that Pope of the Future. That guy's crazy. I can't reach that. All right. Open forum. Anybody wants to can come on. You can support the show via Super Chat function, which is via Streamlabs. I don't know if it's... Sometimes it's not always working, so I don't know if y'all are sending Super Chats, it seems to not exactly be functioning today. So let me head on over to Streamlabs and check and see if it's working today. All these highfalutin, high-talking trad cats, they're not going to come over here? None of them coming today? Oh, I got a couple. All right, we got a couple requests to speak. So I think we have a couple super chats. I don't know why they're not showing up, but let's see what we got. Where is tip history? Here we go. Sometimes the super chats seem to not show up. I don't know what the deal is. So Jordan Chrisman says, can you give a recommendation for the best introduction to geopolitics, apart from the books that you have? Yeah, well, so there are some, introductory essays in my red book, but one of the best books I have actually right next to me. Yeah, great question. I think probably the best overall introduction that's very readable is F. William Engdahl's book, Full Spectrum Dominance. That was really good. So I always come back to it. It's a very balanced, well-argued, well-written introduction to geopolitical issues. So F. William Engdahl, Full Spectrum Dominance. Next question, BMX 1966. Jay, keep up the great work that you do. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that, BMX. Always a big fat super chatter, longtime supporter. Appreciate that. It's weird that like some days they just randomly the super chats just like don't show up, and then they'll suddenly start showing up. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe it did show up and I missed it. Maybe I was just so into all the craziness that it did pop up and I missed it. Maybe we got a really stingy audience today. I don't know. If you guys do want to support it, use the super chat function. Joseph Brogan, if you made your way into Twitter, you're welcome to hop on. Just request to speak. Now, we have people requesting to speak, and now they're gone. So we got a full room here. Nobody wants to come on, and where are all the trads? Anybody? All right, let's see. Joseph Brogan. He made his way to the chat. All right. Here we go. You can have the floor. What's up, Joseph Brogan? Yeah, hit on mute, dog.
Hey, dog. Hey, Jay, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay, man. It's been a while since we last talked. But hey, I just wanted to establish first, Jay, what is your Latin level? What level of Latin do you read and you're able to read? And I just thought to flatter you in a way, boost your ego and say there are not too many intellectuals that are not stemming from Protestant theology or Catholic theology that have taken time to study Latin. And that's just so great. I commend you for that.
Yeah, so this is a snarky, condescending way to try to one up by the fact that I have no interest or concern or care for learning Latin. Then he ran away. So this is what the Roman Catholics are reduced to. Do you think that guy knows Latin? And then he ran away. So the whole argument of that nonsense yesterday was to talk about Latin. And then he just literally ran away from the room. These people are a joke. Now, if I recall, he was a dude that I did philosophy tutoring for. So you are all the more a double goober because you came to me for philosophy tutoring that we talked about on Skype years ago. So you came to a dude by your own argumentation who is not an intellectual and doesn't know Latin. And then you thought this was a big gotcha, and then you ran away. I mean, these people are soy men, right? Oh, now he popped back. Uh-oh. Why'd you run away? You got your gotcha, you know what? So you came back? What's up? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, see. There we are. Yes, I'm back. I just didn't want to begin with a dialectical tension there.
But you did. So again, typical scumbaggery from you guys.
But I'm just saying, like even the Latin examples you use from your argument, whether it's to an ab absurdum, like to absurdity, or non sequitur, it does not follow. These are things that people with ADHD that watch YouTube to learn, like I have a tough time. Like it's taken me years, but I commend you because I study it. You're talking.
Yeah, you're really pious. Very pious of you. I appreciate that. Like, what is it with you guys of the is it because there's not a dad? I mean, what is the problem with you guys that you feel that this is an own? Like,
well, I had a good father and I served in the military. Actually.
Okay. Yeah. But so you're a hero. Like, yeah. Well, we salute your service. You're a hero.
Well, thanks. I appreciate the work you do and being able to discuss it with you.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Forum today.
I'm sure you do.
That's a real blessing.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, I'm sure you really feel blessed.
Yeah.
Can you cut through your snark? It's like too thick for the room.
You just mean my arrogance and tone of voice?
Yeah, that's what snark means.
I understand. Yeah, that's
do you have any arguments? I mean, today is free. Today is free. Make fun of me day. I don't care. So you can keep with this, or what do you want?
Well, I thought, as to your question, you were talking about between 6 and 1200 AD, and I just thought that the invention of the Jesuit order, that was done in the 1300s.
Yes,
so
it has nothing to do with my argument. Nothing to do with what I argued.
And in a way, it goes into like the political leanings of Vatican II.
Yes.
So I just wanted to get your.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the argument about forgeries? Nothing.
Please trace
could you by the way, could you please ask your question in Latin? You're a Latin scholar, right?
No, not at all. I was educated in public school, unfortunately. I'm trying my best to get into a Catholic school now.
Yes. Oh, good job.
Thanks, dude. Anyway, take it easy.
Oh, yes. He has to run away. Take it easy.
Well, I don't mean to run away. I'm just staring at a book by a Jesuit priest written in the 70s.
Yeah, you're mentally ill, right? So the problem here is mental illness on your side. I don't know if you had something bad happen to you in the military. I'm sorry for that, right? Like you made that decision.
Your original question, like a trauma or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you had that happen, but I'm not the source of your trauma. And so whatever reason you've chosen to fixate on me and, have this like weird condescension, this is an issue that you have, not me.
No, the condescension I have is like my relationship to God. I think
I appreciate that you admit you have the condescension. Exactly. Thank you. Is that what does Catholicism give you the feeling of superiority and condescension?
Absolutely not. Especially not after reading a learned man's books, like even one who graduated in the 60s and 70s. But when you look at their political ideology and their left leanings, that gets into a complicated propaganda doctrine of what I put into my mind and what I'm reading. And is that a heresy? Is it like mixed with as you said, the original point of this argument, I believe, was about forgeries. So you're trying to, in a sense, distinguish between sharpened and defined intellect and one that's willing to go on in the thought extension until it completes itself and is drawn to like full conclusion, just like Aristotle.
I think you need to put down you need a thought extension in what are you even talking about, dude? You are gone.
Yeah, dude.
So I have no idea what you're talking about. I made a very clear argument
I just smoked weed, so that could be why.
Exactly. So there we go. So the Roman Catholics accuse me of being a pothead. This guy comes on as...
Oh, well, fuck them, dude.
This guy comes on as a Roman Catholic defender who's just saying that he's high. He's probably trolling. I mean, nobody can even tell if what you're saying is even halfway lucid or... I mean, I don't think you know what you're saying. So, do you have a response to the actual argument that I made about the forgeries? I mean, it was a very simple, clear argument.
No, I honestly didn't catch it until my phone
we're done.
Up with a display notice.
Good job. There we go. Look at that. So here we go. These are the people that we deal with. These are the people who are Roman Catholics. His condescension comes from his special relationship that he has. Exemplary. Please send some more Roman Catholics my way. This is gold, dude. I mean, these people are insane. Now, I don't think so. He may be kind of trolling, but that guy is like, that's how really that guy, I mean, I've talked to that guy before. Yeah, he just said he's high. Got my damn sipping jug. It's open for him. Anybody wants to come on, request to speak. That was gold right there. It was a winner.
Was he always Catholic when you were tutoring him?
I may be getting him mixed up, but my recollection is that he was a guy who had done a lot of DMT coming out of the military, and we talked about Plato and Aristotle, and then he decided that he was really into David Hume, if I'm thinking of the right guy. And then he went from David Hume to reading Islamic apologists and philosophers, and so we sort of parted ways after that. So now he's decided that he's reading intellectual Jesuits, but I mean, who knows if that's, he might just be trolling, and who knows? I don't think that guy knows what he's talking about. I don't hate that guy. I don't dislike you, but look, I mean, the display that you put on for us is exactly the things that I'm talking about.
What if he is actually Orthodox?
He's
and was
not.
a troll just to make Roman Catholics.
He's a secret weapon that we have.
Yeah, he actually works for us. We're paying him to come on and be weird.
Well, the trads will probably say that. They'll probably, that's not, he's one of Jay's friends. They put him up to that. It's open for him. Guys, if you want to come on, we got a full house here. Nobody wants to seem to chat. Here's the Twitter space link. You do have to do it on the app. Join through the app. You can have the floor. As you can see, even completely incoherent people can come on and say whatever they want. Out of all of these people, there's no trad cats. I mean, I sent this to the moms that are over here tweeting about me. So, I mean, one of them replied, I'm trying to get her, come, put me in my place. Here you go. Come demolish me. Come demolish me. So, I don't know why they can't just refute me. It's so easy. So easy. He's so evil. Just come make a refutation. So, guys, if you do come in, you want to speak, you hit request to speak. I then give you the microphone, and then you can speak. All right, let's see who's next. What's up, Joseph? What's up,
Hi,
Joseph?
Jay.
Hey.
Hey, good to speak with you again. I had a question for you. When you were talking with Father Mikhail the other day, you kept speaking about the Noose, speaking to the Noose. What were you referring to?
Yeah, so in the Orthodox doctrine of man, of anthropology, one thing that's different for us than the Roman Catholic view is that we have a different idea of how man's body and mind and heart function in relationship to God. So, for example, Paul talks about body, soul, and spirit. And so this idea of spirit is unique in my view because it's a tripartite view, not a dualistic view. There is a connection between the intellect and the nous, but the intellect is not the nous. And so the tradition, in the Latin tradition since Augustine, who doesn't have a nous doctrine, tended to favor the idea that man is body and mind/intellect. So the soul kind of gets identified with intellect. And in the Orthodox view, my understanding is that we have a doctrine of the nous that is not primarily the faculty of intellect, but the heart. And so this is a Hebrew doctrine coming out of the Old Testament, coming out of the scriptures. For example, where in Romans 1, Paul talks about man's problem being his heart, not a faulty reasoning process. That's the Roman Catholic interpretation of Romans 1, that man's problem is that he's not accurately reasoning through syllogisms to come to the existence of the first cause. That's how they all exegete Romans 1. No, Paul doesn't say anything like that. He says that man's problem is that he has a dark heart, a darkened heart. So the heart is the nous, the faculty given by God to man to know God directly. So it relates directly to the Palamite theology because we're not interacting with God through only created mediums. In the Thomistic and Western theology of both Rome and Protestantism, there's a veil of creatures that you never get past in this life. That's their beatific vision doctrine, which is that in the eschaton, you go on then to see the divine essence. We don't believe that. We believe in this life, you have a direct perception and interaction with the divine energies via the Noose, the noetic faculty. So it's a unique doctrine that's primarily Orthodox. Somebody said, you got to stop blocking everybody. So Lewis, the people that are blocked are the people who won't come to debate. So you'll notice that I put the invite and anybody can come. Typically, I also DM people and they typically say, I'm not going to come talk to you. Okay, well then that's the person that I don't waste my time with. Yes, it's the eye of the soul, but particularly the eye of the soul is the heart, not primarily an intellectual faculty. So the best book on this is Metropolitan Herotheos' book. It's this one. It's called Orthodox Psychotherapy. And it's the Science of the Holy Fathers. That's probably the best book overall on this topic. I recommend that. It's really good. There's also a 3-volume set by Larche. I haven't read the whole volume set, but it's the Therapy of Spiritual Illnesses. It's just all from the Church Fathers relating to man's noetic healing, right? So if you look up, some Orthodox essays on Noose, N-O-U-S, it'll kind of go into detail about that. But it's definitely a unique Orthodox doctrine in contrast to, the typical Western Roman Catholic dualistic view of man.
Thanks, Jay. I learned a lot from you. You and Father Seraphim Rose are one of the reasons that I left Catholicism and now I'm Orthodox. So thank you. God bless you.
God bless you. Glad to hear that. That's really cool. Let's see who's next. Covert wife? Covert something?
Hi.
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, good. Hey, I'm admittedly ignorant of a lot of things Orthodox. I'm still an inquirer. But I was reading this thread who is a guy apparently against you. But he was saying, I guess in your chat yesterday, that you had said that God's power is passive and not active. And I don't know what's true and what you did say. I just wanted that explained to me, I guess. I'm just trying to understand if that means it's passively potent or...
Right. So to make this simple, in Roman Catholic theology, when they talk about active potency, right, they say that just means pure act. Okay, so like if you have, there's a really good book on this. It's Fazer's book, Scholastic Metaphysics, right?
Okay.
So this is page 39, and I'll read what he says. When we turn to the divisions of act or of actuality, the first distinction is made between pure act and mixed act. Actus purus, or act utterly unmixed with any potentiality, as has been said, is the core of the scholastic doctrine of the conception of God. Everything else is in some way mixed with potency. So, for example, in the classical Aquinas view, the Thomistic view, creatures are characterized by the ability to do different things or to be composed or to undergo change or to have mixed actuality, right? But in the scholastic conception, pure act, as it applies to God, means that there is no mixed notion of this. All right, so let's move on to the next section. Page 41, he says, under essential acts, we can distinguish between a thing's substantial form, which makes it the kind of substance that it is, and its accidental form, which modifies it to be an already existing substance, A thing's substantial form is sometimes called its first act, and its accidental form a second act. However, first act and second act are also used in a different way. This is how we are using it as Orthodox, to refer to a power distinguished from the operation of a power. So, and Phaser goes on to use the exact same examples that Dr. Bradshaw uses. Let me give you an example. I have the ability to walk, to talk in Spanish, and to play guitar, let's say, right? I have those powers as unrealized capacities. Right now, I am only actualizing one of those powers, namely to talk. Okay? This is the move, the way that we're talking about it, from first actuality to second actuality. First actuality meaning all the potential or capacities or powers. Bradshaw has the exact same definition and explanation in the first two chapters of Aristotle, East and West, right? So, for example, the reason it applies to God is that God is not forced to create. He didn't have to create. I know that Thomists say that. But their doctrine is that there is no distinction in God between first actuality and second actuality. In Thomism, God is pure second actuality. There's no unrealized powers or capacities. He is pure power as pure act. So then fixating on a word is irrelevant to the argument that was being made. Because power can sometimes mean an actual exercise of power, and sometimes it can mean a capacity to exercise that power, namely dunamis, the Greek word used by the Cappadocians to refute eunomius. That's the whole argument I've been making the entire time, which they finally admitted that was the point. And this is the whole chapter in the Pino book. Pino's book just came out. Chapter 3 is about this point on dunamis. So I understand that Roman Catholics are not going to accept that because they don't believe Papalism. I know that. But the point of the Pino book in chapter 3 is to point out that I'm correct in my reading of Palamos. And when we translate these terms from Cappadocians and Greek, like dunamis, into Catholic Thomist theology, that's the correspondence. They're getting hung up on equivocating on the word power, when it's power in that very thing he says is twofold. So are we following so far?
Yes, I'm following.
Okay, so the next section.
Wait, was this person Orthodox or Roman Catholic? If you don't mind me asking.
This is an apostate from the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, I think I know who it is.
It's Gideon Laser. So
are you speaking to me about who was...
Gideon Laser is...
Yeah, just curious if you don't mind saying.
It's Byzantine Scotist is Gideon Laser, who is an apostate and who is the source of all the nonsense of yesterday.
It's a Catholic who has this whole thread about him. I just didn't... It's a Roman Catholic is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Byzantine Scotist. That's
it's
Gideon
not
Laser.
him. It's not Byzantine. I just didn't I have different people in my thread, and obviously I'm seeing the discourse, but I'm trying to stay out of it. I guess I just wanted to ask Jay himself what the difference was, because I just don't know. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, so basically, if God is in his essence identified as pure actuality, then there can't be capacities that he has not realized, such as, let me give you an example, possible worlds. Is it possible? Could God have created a world with no Aquinas?
I don't know.
Yes, he could have. Sure.
Okay, he could.
No.
Okay.
Did he? No. So there's a world that he didn't create that's unrealized. So there was, in some sense, a capacity, or in this sense, potentia. In this sense, potency, capacity, the exact same way that Bradshaw talks about capacity in Aristotle. Mm-hmm. So it's not that confusing. It's a very simple argument related to modal collapse and identifying and collapsing two types of actions in God. The eternal...
And this is why you would have to be eternal creator as well.
Exactly. This is why it's just another version of modal collapse.
Okay. Well, that's what I was just trying to understand. So I appreciate you talking to me.
Sure. Yeah. I'm glad you asked, and hopefully that clears things up. All I'm doing is repeating again, guys. I'm not citing Phaser as if I care or worship Phaser. I don't care about Phaser. I'm just trying to point out he's a recognized Thomist who has a textbook on an introduction to scholastic metaphysics, and the chapter on the stuff I'm talking about isn't even controversial. And their whole thing was just getting hung up on the word active potency, but active potency just means pure act. So it's not potency in the sense of dunamis. That's the whole point. That's it. We are saying God does have potency in the sense of dunamis, unactualized capacities or powers. Basil says the powers of God are infinite. He hasn't actualized, it didn't have to actualize in terms of second actuality, all of his powers. Is God eternally a creator? Yes, in the sense of first actuality. Did he actualize every possible world? No. He willed to actualize in terms of second actuality this world. This isn't even controversial. That's why when classical theists came into the chat, he's like, that's all Jay's saying. Yeah, it's not controversial. And another problem is that when they hear us talk about unrealized capacities, they think that means we're saying that God is mixed and therefore imperfect. So that's the hang up that they have. And all I'm saying is that when you read the Cappadocians, when you read Palamos, they address this point, and that's because they don't primarily think of this idea of simplicity as meaning God is imperfect, right? So the Cappadocian, Palamos, Maximus view of simplicity, as I understand it, as I read it, is in this sense, quote, mixed, because it is admitting that God has capacities that he's not forced to or didn't have to actualize. I mean, I don't think it's that controversial. It shouldn't be that controversial. Then we have another person, Metathomist. Go ahead, Metathomist. And by the way, before you say, I mean, when Gideon and I talked, we seemed to agree we were saying the same thing. So I don't understand why, if we come to the point of agreeing that we were basically communicating the same ideas, why there's this need to stoke all this dumb drama. Where'd this guy go? So Metathomist, he wants to come talk, and then he disappears. All right, so maybe he fell out. He's back. What's up, dude?
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with the so-called drama, so forgive me if I don't have any context for that. So you were talking about Phaser's chapter and conversation about active potency. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to understand what you were saying. To my understanding, active potency is a type of act. It's not Correct. Like pure potency. So
no, it's pure act.
It's relative to the substance possessing it.
It's pure act, right? Because the substance
relative to the substance
the substance that possesses it in this case is God, who is pure act. So active potency just means pure act. That's it. Period. He says that twice in that chapter.
I don't understand what the trouble is.
He says that twice in that chapter.
Yeah.
Okay, so the trouble is that is not the same thing that we mean when we're talking about dunamis or unrealized capacities, right?
From an Orthodox position, Correct. When you say unrealized capacities, can you give me like a...
Yeah, so God didn't have to create the world. He willed to create the world, and he willed to create the world this way, and he didn't create other possible worlds. Those are potential worlds that were not actualized.
Okay.
So if God does different things, let me give an example.
So in the possible worlds conversation, I don't know that is extremely controversial amongst Thomists.
Well, for example, faith, it's not, but that's my point, is that it's a problem because all of the possible worlds should be actualized. God is pure act with no unrealized capacities. That's what pure act means.
Well, okay. Pure act as relative to its ends. So
God has no end other than himself.
Exactly. So if the potential, quote unquote, potential worlds are not part of God's ends, then the problem solves itself.
What is Aquinas' doctrine of divine ideas?
What was that?
What is Aquinas' doctrine of the divine ideas?
Let's see, articulated in the way that a Thomist would. I'm not sure. It's that.
Well, you're a meta-Thomist, so how are you not sure? They're in the divine. Yeah. The divine ideas are the divine essence, right?
Correct.
And they are the patterns of the creatures, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the creatures that come to be have their end according to the divine ideas in the divine essence. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it is not actually the divine essence, right, that's doing it. Well, let me put it this way. Pure act then should mean, in this case, that all of those ideas in the divine essence come to be, because they're just as necessary as the divine essence is.
No, see, that's where I think I have a problem. I don't think that that's the case at all. And I think further into scholastic metaphysics, that's kind of explained. So
okay, so explain it, please, because where in Aquinas would this be explained? Given that I understand that you guys don't want to affirm necessary creation.
No, I'm not. I'm just. I just came in. I'm not fully prepared to have a full conversation about Thomism, even though I want to, and I will. But yeah, I think it's in.
Yeah. So can I make a point? Okay, hold on. Yeah, we already went through 125 yesterday, which doesn't address. Okay. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about because it doesn't make the point about dunamis. And so all they wanted to do was hang up on the fact that the phrase active potentiality is used. But when you look at what it means, it just means pure act, right? It doesn't mean potentia in the sense of dunamis, unrealized capacities. That was the whole debate. So they're just hanging up on a word. And they don't care about the substance of the argument. And so when I talk to him, he admits this. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's what we're saying. Anyway, regardless of that, 125 doesn't matter here because it's not about unrealized. It's about the question of whether God can do different acts and the acts themselves, whether they're distinct. That's the point. So if God's act is his essence and is his will and is eternal and is necessary, it doesn't solve the problem to just cast it out as cause and effect. Oh, the creatures are just the effect, but God is the eternal cause. Because God's not resting from his works. Genesis 2:2. This is the argument Papal makes against Barlium when Barlium brings up the types of arguments that you guys bring up, right? So Barlium just repeats, Akondinos repeats these Thomistic points. And Papal says, when God rested from his work, he really did cease to actualize, in the sense of second actuality, the creative power. So for us, there's first actuality and second actuality in God. That's it. That's what we mean by capacities, dunamis. That's a Cappadocian argument against eunomius.
Is that dependent on Genesis though? Because the concept of resting does not necessarily mean ceasing. Like God has never ceased. So God has never ceased to create the world. I think that God is in some ways constantly create. I mean, he sustains our existence. So I guess that would depend on how
we're talking about creation in Genesis 1. The act of creating the world. I'm not talking about sustaining the world, creating the world.
I guess I don't see the significance in that. Like saying he rested, it just means that he's sat on his throne and prepared to.
No, it means he's not doing the creative acting that he did in Genesis 1 anymore. It's a different act. God does different acts. Therefore, he's not one eternal pure act. Becoming incarnate is a different divine act from creating the world.
I don't think that you could say that.
Yeah, well, that's why you're not right. That's why you're not Orthodox. Yeah, you believe a heresy. Exactly. That's why you believe in modal collapse.
No, it's not that. It's that.
No, you worship a system.
If you say that does God act in parts? Is that what the idea
we
is?
don't have your dumb metaphysic where distinctions entail composition and division in parts. That's it, and you can't fathom that.
It's not that I can't fathom it.
No, you can't. You have a metaphysical presupposition.
Nothing would exist if that were the case.
Yeah, it's not on. If you're a Trinitarian, then you wouldn't accept the absolute divine simplicity, ADS, pure actuality position that you have. We're Trinitarian.
Trinitarian doesn't run counter to
it does.
Divine simplicity.
It does, and that's why you're not Trinitarian. You think you are, but you're not. Yeah, I know that you think that's funny, but I'm showing you how it doesn't work because you believe that God is one pure eternal action, right? With no potentiality, correct? In the sense of dunamis.
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Which is what I've been arguing the whole time to the Thomists. Thank you for a Thomist admitting that I'm accurately presenting the Thomistic position. Okay, so then you're not gonna see that the power of creating the world is a different divine power and act from becoming incarnate and walking on water. You think that those are only created. You think they're only created effects, which is a denial of the incarnation, because it's the second person of the Godhead in time and space doing different actions that are divine actions, different from creating the world. That's why you don't believe in theophanies in time and space.
Okay, so you added the qualifier there, time and space. So
correct. Have you heard of the incarnation? Have you heard of the incarnation? Have you heard of this?
Do you think God has to look into the future, or do you think that?
Have you heard of the incarnation? Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, I know what the incarnation.
What is it?
What
is the incarnation? What is the incarnation?
It's the Son of God, the second person of the Trinity, becoming incarnate.
Meaning what? Where is he? What mode is he stepping into? Into what?
Yeah, I know he's stepping.
What mode? Into what?
Space and time.
Oh, thank you. So divinity is really in space and time. Are the theophanies in the Old Testament? What are those? Are they holograms? Are they creatures?
No, it's not. You're adding.
What are the theophanies? I'm asking you. Don't tell me what I'm at. You tell me.
Hold on. You gotta chill out, bro.
No, I don't put up with you guys' bullshit. You tell me what the theophanies are.
It's not bullshit.
It is.
You're acting like the Orthodox have figured this out and.
Yeah, we have exactly because you're just repeating the debate between. You're repeating the debate between Barlium and Anacondinas and Palamos. What are the theophanies in the Old Testament? What are they?
They're appearances of the preeminent Christ, the Son of God, second person of the Trinity.
Okay, how does an absolutely pure and simple essence appear in time and space?
It happens because of the divine power.
Is it the divine essence? Is it the divine essence in time and space? Are the theophanies the divine? Stop sophistry, dude. Stop the sophistry.
No, it would have to. See, this is what you're mistaken.
This debate's already been had. The debate has already been had. Did you even know this?
Is time and space part of the divine essence or not?
No. This is why there's a distinction between essence and energy. You're giggling, but you're making a fool of your position.
Because you're going around the question.
No, that is the Orthodox basic doctrine.
Essence, then it would stand to reason.
The Orthodox doctrine is that
or the incarnation could exist and still maintain its position.
I'm asking you what is it that's in time and space? What is the status ontologically of the theophany? Is it the divine essence?
It's a degree of the divine essence.
Oh, yeah. So you think the divine essence can have degrees in time and space? That's contrary to your own position.
From our perspective, yes.
That's contrary to your own dumb position. You don't think that there's no degrees of divine essence.
No, I'm not saying that there's degrees inside the divine.
You just said that there's degrees and there's no such thing as degrees of an absolutely simple essence. You just refuted your own position.
From our perspective, in our vantage point, they just like okay. Do you believe
you refuted your own position?
No, because you're not listening to me. Do you believe that the Eucharist is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Christ?
I'm glad you go to that because according to Ephesus, it's the energies. So you don't believe Ephesus. Do you eat the divine essence?
You're not answering my question.
I just answered your question that it's the energies. That's the answer.
I don't even know what you're talking about, the energies.
Yeah, exactly. Good job.
No, it's not.
Goodbye. Exactly. Goodbye. Exactly. These people are unbelievable. No familiarity with the actual 1,000+ year debate. Notice the Thomist comes to the discussion, arrogant. I don't put up with his BS. He has no familiarity with the topic. Unbelievable. Whoever's next, go ahead. Renee?
Hi, Jay. Kind of just to piggyback on that topic that was just had. A lot of Roman Catholics will object to the essence energy distinction and point out that we believe in God has one operation. So they'll try to point out inconsistency and say, well, we'll reject filioque and say that begetting is unique to the Father. So do we consider begetting an energy or operation, or is it something else?
No, it is a natural act proper to the Father's essence. So it is not a work or an energy. And if you read St. Gregory of Nyssa, that is the locus of his argument against the Eunomians, because Eunomius argued that any distinction in God would require that the distinct thing be the product of a work or an energy. That's why the Cappadocians are at pains to stress that the Son has all of the same powers and energies as the Father. Because if he has the same powers and energies, that means he has the same essence. That means he's consubstantial. Thus, to refute the first dumb claim that Taylor Marshall still makes years later after we've shown this to him, John of Damascus says in book 1 at the beginning that because there's one God acting, there's one energy. But he also says at the end of book 1, but God has multiple energies because God does different things. That's why in the Palamite synods, it is condemned to believe, for Orthodox, is condemned in the Palamite synods to say that the reality that is foreknowledge is the same as the reality that is love. They are different, metaphysically different realities. That's the Orthodox Palamite doctrine. That's also in the Pinot dissertation.
Thank you for clarifying. You said it was book 1 in St. John of Damascus?
When you get down to the section where he talks about his site, I think wisdom, in book 1, he will say that God's actions, operations, energies are also multiple. So it's both and. They're one. Maximus has this phrase where he says they are multiplied in their unity and they are unified in their multiplicity. That's a phrase from St. Maximus, talking about the energies.
All right. Thank you a lot, Jay.
Yes, absolutely. Great question. Garrett. Yeah, you're going to get booted if you come to this debate with no familiarity of the doctrine of the energies. He's never heard of energies. No idea what you're talking about, energies. Then why are you on here as a Thomist trying to debate the topic? What's up? Go ahead. All right.
Hello?
Yes, sir. What's up? Moving on. 30 birds. What's up, 30 birds? Dirty birds, 30 birds.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Hey, how are things? I have the Irish flag in my name, but I'm not a Catholic, actually. I'm agnostic. I wanted to get your take on the question of ontotheology of Heidegger, if you're familiar with it.
I had one of my classes on Heidegger when I was in grad school, but I'm not super well versed in Heidegger. I don't have much of an opinion on Heidegger. Sorry.
Do you? Are you in Dublin?
I'm not. I'm in Cork.
So I went to UCD and studied under Dermot. More on.
All right.
Yeah, and so he's one of the leading Heideggerian scholars. What's a train ride from Cork to I went to course.
It's probably...
It's 2 hours or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your question now?
Yeah, no, that's a great suggestion. It's worthwhile. Thank you. But I wanted to ask if I'm considering a tag, and I'm kind of thinking, is God a being that is in the same way that a chair is or a number is?
No.
Or is God the ground of being?
Ground of being. So created being is distinct from uncreated being. But created being proceeds from and does reflect uncreated being.
And is uncreated being, would that come from energies or from God in his essence? Is he uncreated?
Right. God's being is an energy.
Okay. So being is uncreated, you would say.
Yeah, so in other words, if being is one of the divine energies, it would definitely be uncreated. God doesn't have any created energies.
But the essence of God from which the energies come from, that's an energy? Am I misunderstanding?
No, the essence of God itself is unknowable, unspeakable, unnameable. It is beyond being, aperon, in St. Dionysius. So even though the energies proceed from and are proper to the divine nature, they're not commensurate with, reducible to, or identical to the divine nature.
Okay. I guess the issue I have with that is twofold. On the one hand, how could it be that we could say that the energies would come from God in his essence? Or how could we say that maybe God overall would, in very plain speak, how could you say that God exists if he's beyond being in his essence?
Right, because existence is one of the energies, and particularly here, it's one of the energies as revealed to us. So there's a different sense in which we would say, okay, well, in the intra-Trinitarian life, is the mode of existence of God identical to the energy of existence? No. The energy of existence is what Basil says that comes down to us. So we know God because the energy of divine existence comes down to us, and we participate in that in different modes, according to St. Gregory Palamas. So the essence of God is beyond that, is beyond being, not in the sense that God doesn't exist, but that he transcends it. He's more than that. So typically the energies are not only relative to the created order, but most of the time when we're using these kinds of terms, they're cataphatic just in regard to the created order. So we don't really know exactly what it is to be, in the intra-Trinitarian life. However, according to Jesus, he has come to give us a share in that intra-Trinitarian communion in life. So in other words, we in the Orthodox view, we really do participate in existence, in divine existence, in different ways and in different modes. And principally that participation is really only for the saints, or theosis. So even though I might, in one mode as a creature, participate in having being, right? That's a gift from God. It's not the same as the mode of participation in God according to the saints. They have a different mode.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's a great answer.
Yeah, Maximus makes a distinction between God granting all of creatures one type of, quote, participation. The Greek word is metexis, for creatures in general. And then they get, as a result of the incarnation, death, burial, resurrection, they get ever being. But ever being that's given to all creatures and to human nature is not identical to the theosis of the saints. The saints have a different, even higher degree, so to speak, even though it doesn't really make sense to speak of degrees of God. St. Gregory Palamas says that even though we can't speak that way, we must still speak that way. Even though there's not degrees of God, there's also a sense in which we do participate in different, quote, degrees of God. And that's just the limitations of language, and that's how we're forced to speak, basically.
Okay, great. That's a great answer. Thank you.
Yeah, good questions. Noir. You gotta unmute, dude.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey Jay, hey, glad to be on here. I just have a few points I want to make.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here ready to be mean and cuss. All I wanted to do all day long was be mean and cuss. So, poop.
All right.
Ass. How about that? There we go. I got my cussing out, so there you go.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you much opportunity to do that because I'm actually in agreement with you on pretty much everything that matters. I'm not Orthodox yet, but I'm heading in that direction, and so God willing, I'll be received when that time comes. Cool. I'm actually looking for any type of real challenges that Roman Catholicism can put up against Orthodoxy, and I don't really see anything substantial. But so I'm not looking to argue or anything. I'm just trying to get your opinion on certain things.
Okay.
So just one thing I want to mention is I recently finished Zogby's book, We Are All Schismatics. I actually found that in a Discord a few years ago, and I finally got around to reading it. And I think that's like the absolute wrecking of Uniotism from a Uniate himself. I think after reading that book, I could never take Uniotism seriously. And the reason that I read that book actually was because of the reason I was interested in it was because of Craig Trulia's and Reader Paul's stream on pedo communion, which after reading that and the encyclical they referred to from Pius X, I decided, like, as a personal thing, that in the future, when I do have a family, I want my kids to be receiving as the children in the first millennium received the Eucharist.
Right.
And so the only two churches you can have that in are Uniate or Orthodox. And so that book to me was kind of a game ender in terms of Uniotism.
Awesome.
So I just wanted to put emphasis on that book. Anybody who's interested in that question should really read that book. But I wanted to ask, particularly outside of that question, I also just finished reading an essay of Sherard's called Christianity and the Metaphysics of Logic.
Yeah, I've read that.
And I thought that was incredible. And I the very next day, funny enough, I happened upon your debate with Trent Horn.
Yeah.
And I saw the same way that Sherard's arguments against Janon I saw the way his arguments against Janon can be applied to everything that Trent was saying.
Yep.
And subsequently also, I think, to natural theology as a whole and all of scholasticism, because if you put reason as the tool that can be used to know God, I don't want to use that terminology because I'm not familiar with all of it. I don't want to make any mistakes. But if reason is the tool we use to get to a generic God, and then that generic God ends up being completely incompatible with the God of Revelation,
right?
It seems to me that scholasticism is born out of that tension, right? So I was wondering if you could comment on a little bit of what Sherard said in that essay and how it applies to natural theology, because I'd really appreciate
Hallelujah.
that.
Hallelujah. I feel like I'm in a black church right now. I mean, what a model commenter and caller. I mean, amazing. Every now and then we get these. I mean, I think a few streams back we had a guy who called in and he was like, I read all this Maximus stuff and you're right. Amazing comments. In fact, if you're talking about the essay Logic and the Absolute, and so there's there's a critique that Sherard has of it's a response to Shuon and Ganon, and he critiques. So the argument that they have is Shuon saying, how can you critique Hinduism if you haven't been a Hindu? And Sherard does basically a presuppositional style critique where he says, I can boil down Hinduism to its basic presuppositions and critique that. There's a separate issue or essay that Sherard has called Logic and the Absolute, where he critiques the Platonic notion of logic. So are you saying there's a separate essay about that applies to natural theology, or are you talking about the one called Logic and the Absolute?
Well, it's particularly called, I can pull it out here, it's called Christianity and the Metaphysics of Logic, and it's specifically critiquing Ganon's book, The Multiple States of Being. So he's criticizing Ganon's notion that metaphysics must follow that anything that is not logical in the metaphysical realm is absurd, and only that which is logical can exist. And so he categorically rejects because of that the idea of the Trinity.
Yes. Right.
Right. So and that's so funny that Shuan would say that, because I mean, after reading this essay, I see exactly how you can completely decimate Hinduism without ever having, stepped foot in whatever they worship in or whatever they do.
Yeah, because I can boil it down to
here's Christianity and the metaphysics of logic. It's chapter 4. I think it's from his book Lineaments of.
Oh, I have that. Yeah, I've got Lineaments.
Yeah,
I've got
think
Lineaments.
it's from there.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. Yes. So the problem is, and it's a similar argument in this essay, Logic and the Absolute by Sherrard, which is, I think this is a critique of Platonism. So by the way, guys, if you never, I haven't recommended this essay in a long, long time, but it is a really good essay. And I don't agree with everything that Sherrard says, but he's got some really good, excellent critiques that make our points, as the caller just noted. So, the reason that this works for natural theology is that critiquing is a lot of times, if you don't have the right order of theology, if you don't start with the person of the Father and the triad as your a priori starting point, then you do natural theology, which gets you to a Unitarian generic God. That's not the God of the Bible. That's the whole point. And there's another.
And it can't even be personal. The God can't even be
exactly.
personal.
Yes. Thank you for. Yeah. I mean, thank God that people are saying this. So that's the point. And the issue is the wrong order of theology, right? And a lot of times, for example, Thomists and people in the natural theology Roman Catholic world, or even the Muslims that are into natural theology, right? They'll mistake using logic with giving logic ontological priority. And that's a non sequitur. That's a category error. Just because I'm using logic, or just because I'm making an argument for God from pencils, that doesn't mean pencils have epistemic or metaphysical priority. I'm just picking something to make an argument. And they'll often talk.
What is the starting point of your logical deduction, right? And for orthodoxy, that's divine revelation.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's that clear. That's the whole point at the very beginning of Father Stanley Eloy's Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1. That's like the first page, right there. The starting point is not self-evident axioms and peripatetic axiom and the starting principles, first principles, right? That's not the starting point. That doesn't mean we don't have first principles. It means that the real first principle is divine revelation. You can have first principles in a limited sense about logic and axioms, etc. And so, yeah, you've grossed. That's the whole critique of natural theology, right there. That's it. So, I'm gonna have to get lineaments back out. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the sort of perennialist the leanings of lineaments of a sacred tradition, but I do need to, I guess, reread that chapter. But also for people in the audience, please go and read this essay, because it makes the exact same point. And it's a more incisive critique against logical critiques of things like the Trinity, right? So people say, oh, you can't believe in the Trinity because it's illogical. And when you use logic, you believe in logic, so you're bound by the logic of the created order. This whole essay is a critique of that. Because this is a move that, as you're pointing out, even though the perennialists are not the same as like the Muslims or Trent, the argument still applies to them, because they're doing a version of natural theology, you could say, from metaphysics. I'm talking about Ganon and Shuan.
Yes, and I gotta say, I have heard you made that critique countless times in the past. I mean, I've been listening to you for years now, and I really could never truly grasp it until I read this essay, and it hit me like a sledgehammer.
Thank you.
And
Praise
then I
God.
listened to your debate with Trent the next day, and then I followed up with your analyses of that debate, and it just became crystal clear for me. And it really isn't difficult. That's the thing. It's not difficult. You just have to put the time in, sit down and read the documents, and it really, you get it. If I may, I want to read one more thing. I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll try to make it quick if that's okay.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So there's a clip from Father Peter Hears. It's a clip from his podcast, After 1,000 Years, an Orthodox Examination of Catholicism. And the clip it's like profound alterations, it's about a quote from Yves Congar. And I found the book, and when I heard this, it was hard to believe to read an admission like this. but the book is After 900 Years by Yves Congar, and he says, theological method and major differences in doctrinal conceptions are other factors to be considered. So he's analyzing the schism here. Don Wilmar, a profound student of ancient texts, has written that a Christian of the 4th or 5th century would have felt less bewildered by the forms of piety current in the 11th century than would his counterpart of the 11th century in the forms of the 12th. So he's talking about the West here. The great break occurred in the transition period from the one to the other century. This change took place only in the West, where sometime between the end of the 11th and the end of the 12th century, everything was somehow transformed. This profound alteration of view did not take place in the East, where in some respects, Christian matters are still today what they were then, and what they were in the West before the end of the 11th century. So Congar is admitting here that the East preserved what the East and the West had before the schism.
Amen. And
then he says, this is a statement that becomes clearer. The better one knows the facts. And then I don't want to take up too much time here, but then there's another. In the period between the end of the 11th century and the end of the 12th, a decisive turning point was reached in the West. It was a time characterized by several transitions. There was first the transition from a predominantly essential and exemplarist outlook to a naturalistic one, an interest in existence. And so, I mean, again, that hit home really hard when I hear what you say about Thomism. But even on a less theological plane, I mean, when you see what happens in the art of the West, of the liturgical art, like what you pointed out about the Sistine Chapel, and the fact that all of that begins after the schism, not before. There's like predecessors to the schism. There's tensions, but the changes only actually start taking place after the schism in the West. And I think that to me is like, I mean, by their fruits you shall know them. Amen. That's really what it boils down to.
Comment of the week. I want to give you the super chats. These are amazing comments. And first of all, I want to say thank you for reminding me of the book, because I just remembered that months ago, Father Peter Harris had said, you need to get After 900 Years. And I wrote that down on a sticky note. I lost the sticky note and I forgot about it. And now I remember why he told me to get it, because it's the point that you made. Secondly, I had not heard of the Zogby book until last week. And somebody in a comment said, you got to read this book. That might have been you commenting. I don't know. But so that is also on my list to get. I wasn't actually aware of that Zogby book. So that's great. And man, I'm just so, it makes me, when I hear that people are understanding, that makes it all worth it right there. So awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, dude, thank you so much, because I really credit my understanding of not just like Christian history and theology, but having even the most basic elementary grasp of philosophy, metaphysics, and like geopolitics to you, which is important because you need to have a holistic worldview. You can't just lean on philosophy and be clueless about geopolitics. Like, you can't operate in today's world without a working knowledge of a lot of these most important subjects. And I credit all that to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm glad that I could give you a little bit of satisfaction, because I really take seriously the stuff you recommend, and I've been reading it, and then everything you say takes on a completely different dimension once I've actually imbibed the text that you recommend. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll try to do it. So this is a Roman Catholic week. We're focusing on the papacy and Roman Catholicism this whole week. Every day I'm going to be doing streams about it. And I should do a stream on the chapter that you mentioned in Lineaments, and this chapter, Logic and the Absolute. So I should probably just do streams on both of those as well.
That would be awesome.
We're gonna be covering with David and whoever else hops in this Friday, the Ubi debate. We'll do a review of that. We'll hit the highlights. So that'll be Friday. And I'm going to stream every day this week on the papacy in different ways. There's Michael Hoffman's book, Cult Renaissance Church of Rome, is a classic, because it's a trad basically admitting all of our points about Renaissance papacy and second millennium papacy. So that's a classic. I did a video when that came out maybe 5 years ago, but it was kind of a low quality 10-minute crappy talking in my old ass library video. So we need to update that and go deeper into Hoffman's Occult Renaissance Church of Rome, which is definitely a must read for again, Hoffman's sort of trad cat, and I don't know where he's at, but he used to go to the SSPX. I don't know if he still does, but his critique of second millennium papacy admits all of our points about second millennium papacy, kind of apart from the filioque stuff, right? So he's not getting into filioque and all that, but he's looking at, well, what's the papacy's position that changed on usury? What's the papacy's position on the attitude towards pagan art? So it's funny, these trad cat moms are over here making pee-pee jokes. Well, your churches are full of pee-pees. So, and by the way, all of those Renaissance men's peepees are quite small. So maybe that's a thing for you guys over there in trad world. I don't know, but it's just weird to walk into church and see giant tiny peepees in your face. But that's what you get in Sistine Chapel in the world of Roman Catholicism. So,
and Rome was a huge defender of iconophilia, right? They fought hard against iconoclasm, and it's unbelievable to think, just if you look at the timeline and how quickly they completely separated from that and went into a totally different world of liturgical art. It's mind-boggling, really, when you kind of really get all the relevant context.
Yeah, that's why it's definitely recommended that people read the Lasky-Ouspensky book, Theology of the Icon, because I remember when I was a Roman Catholic, I didn't really get why this was even that big of a deal. I thought, well, they're just, religious art is religious art, right? It should just be sacred art. Who cares if it's, a 2D icon or a statue Well, the basis for a lot of this argumentation and the reason why there's all these canons on it is related to the argumentation of the Seventh Council. And when you look at the Seventh Council, it's all about Christology, especially if you read St. Theodore the Studite's on the Holy Icons. The whole argument is a Christological treatise. The whole treatise is about the hypostasis of the Logos is the only subject. He's a divine person. The icons of Christ are not picking out the divine essence. They're not picking out energies. They're picking out the hypostasis of the Son, not the Father, not the Holy Spirit. And so the energies are present in the icons. That's how we have one of the many interfaces that we have with God. And so you'll notice as you read through all the holy icons by St. Theodore, essence, energy, nature, person, will, energy, etc. All of those distinctions that are fundamental to orthodoxy are the theology of the Seventh Council. And the fact that the Roman Catholic Church doesn't care about any of that, doesn't hold to any of that explicitly, is a demonstration of your point that they departed. That's why I always bring up the Synodicon. Like, it's true that that's a liturgical document that comes out of the Seventh Council that sings the anathemas. But the Roman Catholic Church doesn't sing those anathemas. Maybe some uniates do, I don't know. But I just make the simple point that if the Orthodox Church is the only church that continues to do the anathemas of the Seventh Council, then we're the true church. The Roman Catholic Church doesn't do anathemas anymore, especially after Vatican II. So you have departed, clearly, clear as day for everybody. Everybody can see. You don't have to have a THD. You don't have to have 50 PhDs in canon law to see that if you don't sing the anathemas of the Seventh Council, then you're probably not the same church as the Seventh Council. How about that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jim.
Yeah, great arguments. Great points. Amazing caller. Buck. What's up, Buck? You're not going to treat me like Beatrix Kiddo, the way Buck treated Beatrix Kiddo, are you? Does anybody get that reference? Buck, are you there? All right, moving on.
Oh, hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. What's up?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't even realize I was on.
Okay.
Hi, Jay. I'm a Baptist. I've grown up Southern Baptist who's interested in Orthodoxy. And I'd made a comment. I had visited a Orthodox church about a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some IFB type mutuals, fundamental Baptist type
Mm-hmm.
mutuals.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't too happy about that. They were not very happy about that. And so I've been following your content for a little while, and I don't think I've seen a video you ever talking about IFB or anything like that. So I I'm here right now to sort of ask you the question. Well, two questions, actually. What is your take on independent fundamental Baptists? And what is also your opinion on once saved, always saved, eternal security salvation that Baptists believe?
Yeah, so I think, I don't know if I've ever, maybe one time in terms of when we opened it up for call-ins, we might have had one or two IFB people kind of come on. So it's not something that's really popped up a lot. So it's not that I was trying to avoid it. It's just didn't really come up very much. So it wasn't really on the radar.
Yeah, I get that.
So is this, one question I have is, are these Landmark Baptists or is this separate from Landmark?
Are you talking about the difference between IFB and Southern Baptist?
Well, so some IFB believe in Landmark Baptist theology, which is the idea that the Baptist Church has a succession back to John the Baptist. John the Baptist founded the Baptist Church because he's called John the Baptist. And they have this document called the Trail of Blood. So I'm just trying to figure out what kind of IFB it is, because that's a specific kind that I know a good bit about.
I believe so. I've never heard of the Trail of Blood thing. But yeah,
well, if you spend much time around Landmark Baptist, you will hear about it, because that's sort of like their gospel thing. That's their whole thing. So, but there are independent fundamentalist Baptists who aren't into that, right? So it could be like Bill Gothard type people. I don't know. So, I think that the easiest route to approaching this kind of stuff is just to get into the history of the canon of Scripture, because even though we haven't dealt with specifically that group, if you undercut all of the Reformation solas and that kind of stuff, by default, that's going to undercut like all of the other groups. So, because everybody after the Reformation, even if they're, 20 splits down the line, they still have the basic Reformation solas in mind for the most part, right? They believe in grace alone, faith alone, justification by faith alone in some way, probably. Some Baptists believe in a kind of works Arminianism, so there might be a little, flexibility in that one, but they believe in sola scriptura, absolutely. Most IFB people are King James onlyists, and really the remedy for this is just a basic knowledge of church history. So I would say start reading the Apostolic Church Fathers, start reading the letters of Ignatius, the letters of Cyprian, the letters of Clement of Rome, Irenaeus, Justin Martyr. Familiarizing ourselves with some of the post-apostolic church fathers is first and foremost the sort of easiest way to start getting out of the IFB mindset, because we notice that the Christians right after the apostles believe what Orthodox people believe. They don't believe and operate the way the Baptists do. So, again, just learning church history would be step number one. Step number two, I would say, get into things like understanding what the church fathers teach at the councils. What is the right doctrine of the eternal generation of the Son, the Trinity, Christology, starting to learn those things, as well as questioning how the Bible came to be. If we start to learn and read about how the Bible came to be, those are the best approaches to. I don't think it's sometimes people can just jump directly into orthodoxy, but if you're really in a hardcore Protestant evangelical mindset, it sometimes takes a while to read a few books about church history and kind of soften up to that stuff.
Yeah, I've definitely been learning a lot. I've definitely been learning a lot from friends who are Orthodox, and I am very curious about orthodoxy and all that. And I will say, like, going to the service, I went back to the church today, and it was a very good service, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's just a lot of IFB stuff. I never really understood, like, especially with, like, as I said, once saved, always saved. I feel like it kind of opens the door for complacency, and also it just feels kind of vague as a belief. It's like, well, what if I do this? Do I lose salvation? It's like this constant anxiety of like, oh, am I saved? Am I really saved? Do I believe what I believe?
Yeah, I think most of the analogies in the New Testament use the idea of, the seed falls and it springs up and dies, right? Or you're in the vine and you're grafted out. You've tasted of the heavenly gifts and you've fallen away, Hebrews, right? So the tendency in the analogies of the New Testament is to that it is possible to participate and then leave. So, Orthodoxy does not believe in once saved, always saved.
Of course. That's all I have.
Yeah, well, those are great questions. Yeah, I would say
I appreciate your response.
Yeah, great questions. I would just say start reading maybe some of the Apostolic Fathers, and then maybe you could start with Athanasius's essay on the Incarnation. That's a great place to start in the Church Fathers. On the Unity of the Church by Saint Cyprian. I mean, those are all good kind of introductory patristic texts. And then we have several lectures and talks that we've done going through Protestant histories of the formation of the canon. So particularly, F.F. Bruce's book, Lee McDonald's book, those are two well-known Protestant and evangelical scholars who admit the central role of church tradition, bishops, councils in the formation of the Bible itself. Those are, in my view, the strongest indicators that Orthodoxy is true, as opposed to something like Protestantism or IFB.
Well, I appreciate your time, Jay.
Yeah, great questions. Maybe one or two more. Garrett, and then we got another super chat or two, and then we'll call it a night. What's up, Garrett? I guess, did Garrett leave? You got to hit unmute, dude. Hey.
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jay. I had a question about more like Protestant theology. I see this as Roman Catholic debate. Is that fine?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm an Orthodox catechumen right now. I grew up evangelical, and I feel like you've brought up the point of the whole notion of the Father damning the Son as kind of being one of the linchpins of kind of putting that whole theology like to bed. And I feel like that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think I just want to understand the ins and out of it better, because I feel like that's still something that hangs on to me that I don't think it's right, but it's just what I grew up with. So I'm still trying to I think that's just the best argument against it. So I guess maybe if you could expound on that, and if I almost tried to steelman the argument against it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, first thing I would say is, ironically, an old Catholic buddy of mine, he put together a good article on this many years ago. The article is right here. Okay. I want to link it for everybody. I will link it underneath the Twitter space in a minute, because I'm talking to you. It's too difficult to try to link it, but it's called, if you want to look up this, it's called "Was Jesus Damned in Your Place?" And this is from Nick's blog, Nick's Catholic blog.
Okay.
A lot of these quotations I helped Nick kind of dig up. He got some of them on his own, but this is a great essay just for kind of demonstrating this point that it is the classical Reformation teaching, and not every modern evangelical or Protestant necessarily holds to this, but a lot of the classical reformers and many modern day evangelicals do still hold to this idea that for Jesus to pay our penalty, he had to take what was due to us, right? If what was due to us was eternal damnation, then he had to undergo the equivalent of eternal damnation. So a lot of Luther is a classic example of this, Calvin too, Charles Hodge, they have this idea that they reinterpret the notion of Christ descending into Hades to mean that he was damned by the Father. And the reason it doesn't work is that in Orthodox theology, I already took this down. So let me share this in the chat for the people that are asking. So here's I thought it was on screen. It's not on screen. There's that there's that blog. But in Orthodox theology, if you read St. Cyril, if you read John McGuckin's book, St. Cyril of Alexandria, the Christological Controversy, Jesus is a divine person. The only subject present in all of the actions of Christ incarnate is the second person of the Godhead, the divine Logos. He's not a human person in any sense. There's no created hypostasis in Christ at all whatsoever. This is categorically rejected at the Fifth Ecumenical Council. It's rejected in the teaching of St. Justinian, and it's rejected in the teaching of Leontius of Jerusalem. So if there's no created hypostasis or person in Christ, then the subject of those actions, all the incarnate actions, is only the divine person of the Logos. This is the meaning of the phrase Theotokos, divine person. He's a divine person that came forth from Mary. So what's going on in the crucifixion when Christ undergoes this death? The Orthodox view is that the death of Christ it's not a spiritual eternal punishment or damnation. Death is the severance of his human soul from his human body. So he's a divine person who really experiences the severance of the human soul from the human body in his human nature. If you read John Damascus, book 3, go down to the end, the last 5 paragraphs explain all of this in detail. That is the Orthodox view. And it's the soul of Christ that descends into Hades, the human soul separated from the human body. The divine person of Logos is still the subject of the soul as it descends into Hades. And he there harrows Hades and undoes the power of Satan in Hades through that descent. Then he resurrects and ascends into heaven. That's the meaning of the descent into Hades and the harrowing of Hades. That's the Orthodox teaching. That's the teaching of the Church Fathers and the Church of the first millennium. The Protestant reappropriation of the descent into Hades into being damned for us is for the purpose of maintaining their penal substitution debt payment model. That's it. And it's either anti-Trinitarian or it's Nestorian. It's anti-Trinitarian if you believe correctly that the Son is a divine person. Okay, so a divine person then gets damned by another divine person? Does that mean that the inner indwelling of the Father in the Son ceases? Does that mean that the Father's will is split against the will of the Son, but they have one ontological will? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's blasphemous. It's stupid. It leads to Arianism, right? And it's Nestorian if you believe that Jesus is a human subject who then takes the punishment that the Trinity doles out, right? So this would require a Nestorian model, a dual subject model of the incarnation where the Logos, together with the Father and the Spirit, punish the human person, Jesus of Nazareth. That's Nestorianism.
Yeah. That makes sense. I feel like most of the people I talked to or would have grown up with would fall more on the fact that you just talked about splitting the Trinity. And I think actually you just saying that kind of made a lot more sense to me, that something I hadn't even really thought about that is kind of fascinating, that all 3 persons of the Trinity like indwell each other.
Yep.
Did you say, is that okay? Yeah. So, and I've heard you mention that before and say like in that equation.
Yeah, this is the doctrine of
Holy Spirit's role in that.
Yeah, this is the doctrine of perichoresis, right? The Father fully indwells the Son. The Holy Spirit fully indwells the Son, right? So if Jesus is damned on the cross, then now we would have to have the departure of the Holy Spirit and the departure of the Father from indwelling the Son. It's just crazy. It's silly. And it's all there to prop up the Protestant doctrine, which is based on nominalism, of justification by faith alone and the imputation.
Yeah, okay. I feel like that solidifies it. So perichoresis is the doctrine that they all indwell each other, just to clarify.
Correct.
Okay. And then, I don't want to take up too much time, but like, could you do just maybe like one more presupposition of Protestant theology of what is due to man? Because I feel like, and I don't know, I'm probably wrong here, but I feel like the Bible teaches what's due to man is for sin, the wages of sin is death. But I feel like the Protestant doctrine, and I don't know if this is different than Orthodoxy, is that it seems more like what's due to man is death, but like damnation also with that. So could you maybe go into that a little bit for me?
Well, so it's true that in the fall of man lost the life of the Holy Spirit. So he's reduced to a natural state. We would agree with that. That natural state is now a mortal state, M-O-R-T-A-L, mortal. And so he's now subject to both physical and spiritual death. Spiritual death meaning you're no longer in communion with God. You don't have, immortality. You don't have eternal life, etc. Now, the difference between our view and a lot of other views, particularly Protestant, is that we have a cosmic scope of Christ's incarnation, death, burial, and resurrection. That means that when Christ became incarnate, he assumed universal human nature in his single divine hypostasis. So even though he's a single body in terms of his human nature, he's a divine person, and thus he's able to link himself to all human beings that have ever existed, because there's a fundamental ontological link of human nature, universal human nature. This means that nobody in the first... Can you mute? It's echoing. This means that no church father, nobody in the first 7 centuries of the church was a nominalist. You can't have Christ assuming universal human nature if you don't believe in universals. Universals are a significant part of the argumentation at the Seventh Council and Christ's assumption of universal human nature, especially in Theodore the Studite's On the Holy Icon. So, what this means is that when Christ resurrected, he restored and resurrected all human nature. Even the most wicked people. Even Jeffrey Badonkadonk. Right? Assuming Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't converted or whatever. I don't know what his story is. But let's say he's not converted. Let's say he's the most wicked dude ever. I don't know. Pick anybody. Tiny mustache man. Who knows? Stalin. I don't know. Whatever you want. Judas. Judas will still be resurrected. Well, how do you get resurrected? Well, the only way to be resurrected is to have this connection to Christ. So Christ resurrects and restores human nature, but that doesn't mean that he restores every individual hypostasis to blessedness or to theosis. At the individual hypostatic level, each individual, based on their free will, has the duty, as St. Maximus says, to recapitulate the virtues. In other words, to live according to what God originally intended for man in the garden, which was to just simply live according to the virtues. And he says Christ is the subject of all the virtues. Whether natural or supernatural, they're both pointing to Christ. So if you live according to virtue, and you recapitulate the virtues, which can ultimately only be done in the church in terms of theosis, you regain the life of the Holy Spirit. This is why I think St. Seraphim of Sarov says that the whole of the Christian life is just simply to regain the life of the Holy Spirit. That is theosis. Then you will not just be resurrected to eternal being, you will be resurrected to eternal well-being. The wicked, however, according to St. Maximus, will still be resurrected and will still have the restoration of their nature because they're connected to Christ in the sense of their nature being restored. However, their resurrection will be unto damnation or condemnation because they lived according to vice and they didn't love God. They hated God and man. And so their experience will be ever ill will. Same eschaton, by the righteous and the wicked. But the wicked's experience is existentially ill will, a bad experience, forever. And the bad experience is God's own presence to them. That's what torments them. The love of God is the river of fire that torments the wicked. And that same love of God that is the uncreated fire is the river of life to the blessed. So it's one God whose love and energy flows out of him, Revelation 22, from the throne of the Lamb. And it's experienced existentially different by the wicked and the righteous. But both the wicked and the righteous are resurrected on the basis of Christ. And the righteous are not just resurrected to ever being. Maximus says they are also resurrected to ever well-being if they participate in theosis. That's the life of the saints in the eschaton. And that's by grace alone. Can't do that by human power, human merit. You do participate in this being a co-worker with God, as Paul says. That's theosis in the eschaton. That's the everybody's resurrection on the basis of Christ. But the error of a lot of the universalists is to not make the distinction between nature and person in human nature, in anthropology, and think that everybody's automatically resurrected to blessedness. No, everybody's resurrected. But there's a resurrection of damnation and a resurrection of the righteous. Both on the basis of Christ. But theosis is only for those who live according to virtue and participate in theosis in the church. And Maximus has a whole question in Ad Thalassium on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and that's something I've definitely learned from Orthodoxy, and mostly it was the difference of why everybody would be resurrected. I never had understood that before, but
right,
Christ assuming universal.
Yeah, I mean, in the Calvinist view, for example. Like in the Calvinist view, like why would the wicked be resurrected? They don't have any part in Christ. Why are they resurrected?
Right.
If you read 1 Corinthians 15, Paul says that just as Adam brought death on everybody, so Christ means resurrection on everybody. Same universality between Adam and Christ in 1 Corinthians 15. Great questions, though. Let's move on to Maximus. Maximus, what's up? Are you there? Maximus, are you there? All right, we'll move on. Last one. Jose? What's up, Jose?
Hey, am I on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, great. So I got a question about Thomism. Okay. So I'm Orthodox, by the way, but so about a year ago, the Father Deacon did a discussion debate thing on YouTube with, not on your channel, but on somebody else's channel, with a pretty, it seemed to me, pretty sharp philosopher who was a Thomist. And I couldn't follow it all, but towards the end of the debate, it seemed that this guy was trying to say that we're straw manning them because actually Thomas does allow, they don't need the essence energy distinction because somehow within his concept of Thomas, Thomas already has that somehow embedded in, like there's an allowance for it somehow embedded in their simplicity doctrine. And so we're basically, that's what I took this guy to mean. And that's kind of where the discussion ended. And I was wondering if there was any like follow up on that, or, if you had any further thoughts about that.
I don't remember how that discussion ended. Father
Was
Deacon,
that Thomas Waschke?
I think probably. So Father Deacon can answer if he recalls. I don't remember the end of that discussion.
Well, first, it wasn't meant to be debate. I was brought on just to discuss essence energies. And I actually, I'm not an expert, and I defer to the expert, David Bradshaw, who really kind of put him in his place.
Oh, so the Bradshaw discussion is sort of a follow-up? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly, I think so.
Okay.
I just remembered, if I can remember correctly at the end, I might have been, so I made a critique about the modal collapse, and then also if I remember correctly, the mode of knowing through a causal chain, that you don't experience God directly in the Roman Catholic position. Is that what you were thinking?
It's been a while since I listened to it, but I don't remember the details of what he thought it was that basically they aren't bound. They don't have this distance from the real world that we say that they have, that somehow through their simplicity they can act into this world with the actions being the same as the essence.
Yeah, I don't remember. I can
I'll have to revisit too. I can't remember exactly.
I would recommend though the talk that he had with Bradshaw, because I think Bradshaw really cornered him when it came to this question of different acts that God does, and the idea that if you have this sort of actus purus view in the sense of the divine essence, then you collapse any of the different actions into the essence, basically. And so it becomes very difficult to explain how God does different actions. And their answer for this is always to just cash it out as cause and effect. Oh, the creatures are the effect, but God's the cause. That's not answering the dilemma, the challenge about specific acts that are different from other acts, and God resting from his works, Genesis 2:2, which is the Palamite argument. So Bradshaw corners Tomaszewski very well and says, well, it sure looks like God created and then did something else, and that when he created, that was different from what he was doing before he created. And yeah, exactly. And the problem is that the Thomists can't admit this, because to admit different acts would mean that God underwent change. You see, it's that simple. So I don't recall the discussion. How do you spell that guy's name? Tomaszewski?
Yeah, good luck. It's really hard.
Well, I'm trying to find the Bradshaw Tomaszewski discussion because that one's really good. But
you were just making that same argument about an hour ago to a guy who called in at the same thing about the Genesis and about
correct. Yeah,
argument.
It's just from Palamos. It's in the triads. I'm just repeating all these arguments I make. I'm not making these up. They're just from the triads and 150 chapters and dialogue with the Barlaamite. I mean, it's all just from him. I'm just repeating what's in those books. I don't know if people think I'm just making this stuff up or like they think I'm just trying to talk out of my butt. I mean, just literally repeating what's in these books. That's it. And the people who go and read the books find that out and they become Orthodox because they realize I'm not making this stuff up. I think the channel, is it Intellectual Conservatism? Is that the channel?
Yes.
Okay. So here it is. Papalism and Thomism. The discussion between Dr. Bradshaw and Tomaszewski, or however you say this guy's name. I'll put it in the chat for you guys, and then I'll put it underneath this video when we can conclude this chat. I mean, underneath the spaces. We got a super chat, $5 from Henry. Excuse me, let's go back. Sean, $1. My throat's getting really sore because I got a cold. Jay, I think we have a misunderstanding. I can see why you blocked me. I don't know who you are. I was trying to get you to debate. Yeah, I don't want to debate those people. So I'm not interested in interacting with these people. You tag me and all this stuff. These people I don't want to interact with. That's why. Henry, $5. I was wondering if it was true that you received a debate request from Dawa. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. So, we had a open challenge to Muhammad Hijab a year ago, I think, 8 months ago. That got hundreds of retweets, 500 likes, totally ignored. So if somebody's claiming that there's a Dawa debate request, I'm not aware of it. But it's pretty easy to get a hold of me. So I don't know if somebody's saying this or what. Tina Lack, Timatlack, $1 and says nothing. Well, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. All right. My throat's about gone, so I apologize. I don't think I can do any more Q&A, but thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. This is a Papacy week. So after tonight, tomorrow, we'll do another Roman Catholic discussion. I'm not sure what topic. I will be covering Renaissance Papacy. We'll do the stream on the Ubi debate Friday. And more maybe from Denny. I forget. But I forgot to mention in the case of the guy who called in that had the really good comments, this idea of big changes in the 11th century. That's also in the Welton book. There's a whole chapter in the Welton book on that. And Michael Welton, if I recall, he might even be citing East Congar's book after 900 years. So, yeah, that's a great point. Very crucial to our argumentation. If you guys would hit like and share, I would add too that, this is a channel that is based in Red Pill for a reason, because we have the best sponsor in the world. That is, of course, chalk.com. If you would like to up your toxic masculinity points, you want to get away from a lot of these soy nerds and lame loser people who obsess and have all these dumb arguments and want to clip and do all this passive aggressive stuff. Let's cut through all the baloney and get chalk.com. Head on over to chalk.com. That's CHOQ.com. The best supplements out there. You can get that Action 2.0, up those action points, up those hit points, up those toxic masculinity points. You can get the Tomcat Ali, natural booster of testosterone, proven to boost testosterone. People are like, somebody rein this Dyer guy in. He's too crazy. Well, it's probably because of this Tomcat Ali. It's probably because I'm so hyped up. I got too much energy. Use the promo code J50, that's JAY50, JAY50, to get 50% off. You can also use the promo code J53Life, that's J53LIFE, and that will give you 53% off for recurring subscriptions, because I know that you're going to want a recurring subscription because Chalk is just that good. And they've been a sponsor for us now for over a year. Again, awesome Bays Red Pill Company. Use the promo code J50 for 50% off anything right away, or use the promo code J53Life to get a bigger discount, a little more of a discount on the recurring subscriptions. They've also got great products for women, great for testosterone, not for women, hormone balancing, like the Irish moss, like the ashwagandha, like the Shilajit. Jamie loves the Shilajit. She can focus for hours on her books when she takes that Shilajit. I'm very impressed, very proud of her plowing through tons of books lately. By the way, she has a lot of podcasts coming for you guys. Also, if you want my illegitimate, crazy bastard son of a book, the infamous Red Book. No, not Mao's Red Book, not Carl Jung's Red Book, Jay's Red Book. This is all the essays on theology, philosophy, and not all the geopolitics, many of the geopolitical essays the last 10 years, all in one book, printed by I don't know who, but whatever, I've decided to roll with it. You can get that. You can also get this fancy little book over here, Meta-Narratives, which is a scaled down introduction to philosophy, which is my best 15 essays on philosophy the last year. Signed copies at Jay's Analysis. Everybody says, hey, if I go to your site and I buy it in the shop, is it signed? Absolutely. Every book from the website is signed. That's why you don't get the books from Jeffrey Bezos. That man does not sign the books. I do sign the books. So head on over to jaysanalysis.com. In the shop, signed copies there. What else? Hope you guys enjoyed these amazing interviews. Did you guys see the Andrei Tarkovsky Jr. interview? Amazing. Couldn't believe that we had such an awesome high production. Shout out to Father Vladimir for all the high production value that he put into the interview there for the final version of it. And that's going to be a great series because we're going to work through each of the Tarkovsky films. And then I hope you guys saw, again, my biggest interview probably to date, other than Lord Voldemort, is Colonel Douglas McGregor. Amazing interview. Couldn't believe he did it. Probably 50,000 views in under a week with all the non-algorithmic promotion. So all these haters out here talking smack all the time. Hey, we're putting out like golden level interviews, right? That nobody else is putting out. Who else is doing this kind of content on a regular basis on these various subjects, right? Everybody's compartmentalized. They're usually doing one subject. I'm giving you guys high tier gold content in multiple areas. So I believe we should be beyond 100,000. We don't get a lot of algorithmic support and promotion over here, and you can imagine why. So please, guys, help me by sharing this stuff, liking, commenting, and that grows this channel. And we're going to have a lot of fun when we hit 100K. We're almost there. Let's see, we got another super chat here. Now I've lost my... Where's it at? Jay, you misunderstand me. I see that you blocked me. I understand you misinterpreted my tweet. Well, I don't want to interact with certain people. So that's it. So when people keep tagging me and saying, do this, I don't want to talk to these people. And I have my reasons, and I don't have to tell everybody my reasons why I don't want to talk to certain people. And I have a good track record of avoiding crazy people. So that's it.